Good morning and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. I am your host, Down to Crypto TA. Bitcoin still getting a bit of a sell off from yesterday's pattern that we were looking at here. Have not quite hit the measured target in here. Um, as I discussed yesterday, there is a support level that I will be looking for Bitcoin to hold, which meets about where we have this measured move at right here. That is going to be here at about 90,180. So just trying to see if we can't hold here. Haven't made our way down here from yesterday, but this is where I'm looking for price action to hold. If we fail to hold here, we can start to look down at that golden pocket, which is just slightly lower than this, slightly lower into here, filling in the inefficiency. Is what I would be looking for if we fail to hold that 90,000. Now we do have liquidations here. Max Payne liquidations for the loans right now is at $90,212.04, about $830 off from hitting that, or just say 831 away from hitting the target there for Bitcoin. So that is where we stand on Bitcoin. We got the breakdown. We got somewhat of a back test here, and then the continuation in here. But like I said, possibly fill in the inefficiency if we cannot manage to hold um, this support level across here. In fact, let me just go ahead and pull this in ever so slightly, and then I'll sync it in the layout. And we can see that here. So looking for price action to hold where naturally would have been resistance for from the well, it was intentionally originally the measured move for the inverse head and shoulder, but we just kind of gapped up above it. We did come back and test it with that one first little candle down here. So that is exactly what we're looking for, just a back test of where we breached based on the measured move here from the inverse head and shoulder. I'm gonna go ahead and show you that because I think when I posted on this is exactly where that measured move came out to be here for Bitcoin. Turn it off real quick. No, we're slightly up above it actually. So we're slightly up slightly. Don't want to force anything here. So yeah, we slightly broke up above it. I could have sworn when I did this it was here exactly. Okay, but it wasn't. All right, so that's fine. But this is still where we'd be looking for price action to sort of try and hold. In fact, I'm gonna leave this line in here too. I have to pardon the noise. I'm gonna leave this one in here too, just kind of finding where we probably see some sort of reaction from here on Bitcoin. That's what we have right now. This is the measure move pulled from the backside here of this little structure from yesterday when we pulled it yesterday. This is what we got. So sort of matches up perfectly with what we'd be looking for down here on Bitcoin. All right, Ethereum at the moment. I was watching for a little bit of a squeeze breakdown here on Ethereum. Yesterday, I was looking at price potentially getting a bounce. I was looking for price to potentially get a bounce from this trend line right here. You can see that it didn't, and it just dropped into the golden pocket, which was pulled from this low here to the high up here. And you can see the little wick there from the golden pocket bounce. So danced around on it a little bit in here after the fact, but it's no bueno in this move down. Just a golden pocket bounce there. I saw a little squeeze in here, before starting the stream, so that's why this is looking this way, and we just broke down from it. For Ethereum, we were looking at the same scenario, potentially getting a bounce here off of this trend line. But if it doesn't, then the golden pocket is down here. Again, it would be pretty much the same things we're looking at with Bitcoin, coming in here to fill in some of this inefficiency down here, because it is a big inefficiency from where everything, basically everything in the market had an inverse head and shoulder. Most things in the market had an inverse head and shoulder that particular day. And like I was saying to you yesterday, everything was at resistance yesterday. Everything that we looked at anyway. Most of the altcoins, that I look at with the high market cap was at resistance yesterday. So to be expected, that we've seen a little bit of a pullback, especially with the gap up too. So Ethereum basically just came back also just to the low of our support level in here. And of course, where we were hitting resistance at was at the top side, which is something that we were watching for a few days ahead, potentially price pushing back into this one. And if the worst case happened, right now, again, I would be looking down around 26, 27 here. And if it blasts through, then I'd be looking up here towards 40, 30, 34.62 to 35.73. That would be our next area to the upside here. Now, there is a golden pocket 786 that kind of sits in between here. That price actually didn't manage to make its way up to, but that's pulled from a lower pivot level also. So we could see a little bit more here for Ethereum. If we manage to get the break to the upside, it won't be too much more, and especially given today from this candle, it wouldn't be too much more. I would be looking for it to hold some sort of resistance in here. I do still think that because based on the technicals for Bitcoin, we are in a bear market, which means crypto space, altcoins are in a bear market as well. And we'd be looking for them to reach their bear market lows. And Ethereum has not done that yet. Solana, on the other hand, has. Ethereum hasn't done that yet. So I would be looking for lower on Ethereum at some point if that's the case. Now, it has been performing very well against Bitcoin, and just performing very well in the market period right now. It has been. So you can see this right here. That I have on my chart. It's just based on the potential head and shoulder, which kind of lines up with some of the other stuff that we were looking at in here on Ethereum as well, which would be this zone in here for the bear market move in here. So basically, and then of course, like I posted on, potentially VWAP, potentially even VWAP in that scenario. Well, we finished playing, got to move down here to the bear market territory. But at the moment, we did get that bounce off of the point of control golden pocket, and also 200-week EMA also rested right here. So it was a ton of confluence in here. We had our first little bounce that was in here with the confluence that we had over there. And then our second one, as I posted it, was this one right here. And then everything else that I have in here. But see how we were hitting the resistance yesterday. You can see it across multiple time frames how we were hitting resistance yesterday. And back over here to this chart right here. For the loan max pain, we're looking at 3,088 here. We're about $39 away from hitting that. So that would be roughly about coming into that golden pocket again, or that ascending trend line. Actually, if we were to do it now, that max pain would probably be somewhere around about this trend line right here. So I said 3,088. Yeah, that would be right about this trend line right here. Doesn't mean that it holds here, but a lot of times you will see reactions from max pain. I'm moving forward with Solana here. So had the rising channel yesterday that we were looking at. So everything basically when we were looking at it yesterday, you could see that it was continuing to grind higher. And when you see chop like that, and then you look at your chart and you see both bullish and bearish divergence, which is what we were looking at. The bullish divvies is what's playing out first. It does not negate the bear divs playing out. Eventually, the bear divs do play out. It's And you can identify that because of the chop. We got this accelerated move to the upside, and then we started to chop sideways. So we were getting a squeeze to the upside based on the bullish divergence from down below. But all of this across here didn't have the same momentum, which means eventually you drop down. I like to use the MACD a lot when it comes to that, because once the delta, or either way you want to put it, once the MACD crosses its signal line, that's when you start to get your move to the downside. That's where the bear divs start to play out. So if you're looking right here, so you can see all of this bullish divergence down below here. See that? You see higher low here on price action. You see lower low here on the RSI. So this is your bullish divergence pushing price higher. So you're getting the squeeze in price action. But you see the bear div across here. So you're just waiting for this to play out. And where this usually comes into play, see how we kept chopping until eventually, so every move down, and then finally the MACD really starts to roll over. So I really like to use the MACD in situations like that, when you have both bullish and bearish divergence, and you know that you're getting a squeeze, and you can see the big difference in the strong move versus the chop moves are strong too. I don't really mess with anything when it's stepping like that. That's strong as well. But now we're looking down. I am taking into account that this could potentially be a head and shoulder formation here on Solana. And if that fulfills, and I'll be looking down here towards the golden pocket 786. If it's invalidated, then, we just do away with this idea here. But I just wanted to make a reference to it just in case. This happens, this plays out. Same situation here with Sol as well, where I would be looking for price action to try to hold the lows across here. So we're looking for it to hold the lows across here, but we knew that we came into resistance there. We knew that the bear market zone here, the top in here, could also be some sort of a resistance point in here as well for Solana. I think we ever so slightly, let me see, where did we close? We closed above this point right here. Very, very, very slightly did we do it, but that would be a higher low and a higher high right there. But again, just a little bit of resistance, point of control resistance from our area that we initially saw a bounce from, a reaction from in here when we were first coming down. Actually, when we were first coming down, we got the reaction here from the 50% retracement, a little bit here, and then we broke below it. And so we realized that was our resistance there in the move back up. Also over here, we can see us hitting the 26 EMA here. So another point of resistance. And like I kept saying yesterday, everything's at resistance. Likely when market opens, they were just holding out till market opens, and then they were going to send things down. And that is what we got. Back over here on this chart again. Here, Solana max pain, long max pain is 135, and it's like 97 cents off from that. So, yeah. Not far off between long max pain and short max pain. Weird. All right, moving forward here, Zcash. Now I'm taking into account that this could potentially be an inverse here on Zcash. Let me put this on a line chart so we can see that a little bit better. In here, shoulder, neckline, head, neckline, shoulder, and then if we can get the move up, that would put us roughly back up here around these lows in here. From the line bias, will put us back into these lows in here. We'll have to still face this 425 if we can get that, but definitely performing a lot better in here at the moment. Zcash, that is, bounce off the 786, bounce from the VWAP historical VWAP bounce that I don't have on right now, but I posted on this back in the day, you know, posted on that, waiting for that to happen. Still holding the long position. I did take a short yesterday, which was a quick short, and I got in and out of that move because you could see the aggressiveness in trying to get this push up higher. Like Zcash really wants to go higher, really wants to go higher. And that was a perfect recipe right in here at that. Perfect recipe here at the VWAP along with the 786. And unfortunately, I mean, we didn't hit the little support level in here, but that's okay. It could just be the way I have it drawn out too. The market didn't want that. I'm happy either way it goes, but this is the long-term VWAP over the entirety of Zcash. So if you needed to plot that, that's what you'd be looking at here. And I think that, actually, let me turn this back on so I can see. Just wanted to make sure that was far off. All right, yeah, it's far off. We were hitting a little bit of resistance in here as well for Zcash, but Zcash, it's like, I'm not really feeling the resistance down at Crypto TA. I'm not really feeling it. So I'm just going to go on about my business. And you can see where that measurement would take us up here to the 200 EMA if we're able to get, the move up through here. Right now, we're trying to find a little bit of support around this high right here. So around this high here, we also have 400 EMA here. So it will be some bumps and bruises along the way if we're going to do that. And where you could, like, if we can just get through this, and I can't say how long price actually chops before it actually manages to get up through here. Sometimes EMAs will work as resistance and support, and sometimes, price would just move straight through them. And if it does, then I'll look for a back test here, the trend line, scene of the crime, where we got the breakdown from here, right, which is from our ascending broadening top formation, which, like I said, is typically it is a bearish formation. We have been watching this for a little while. So that's what we have here on ZEC. This is what we have on ZEC. And this is just, I'm going to put this back over here on the 15-minute time frame here, as opposed to the 1 hour. I think I was watching something on the 1 hour. I haven't updated anything in here. Yeah, let me make an update to what we have in here. And I don't know why I'm doing this to myself. I do this to myself because I know that my settings for the RSI might be slightly off from everyone else's. And so I just go with the trend line break so we can all follow along together. This would be me looking for something like this. You know what? I'm going to set this up here. Set it to its highest point because I would be looking for a break above this one right here at this point. Price action is king, so we'll focus on that as well. We got a nice little trend regression line going down through here too. We can actually watch over here on ZEC for a break to the upside right now. Yeah, I'm looking for the continuation up on this one. I think that's the reason why I had this on the 1 hour. Hold on. Let me make sure this doesn't move with me. I'm gonna put it back on the 1. Hmm. You can see the resistance here from the 200 EMA here as well, which is wedging together here. So some sort of a squeeze, still happening over here on this 1 hour time frame. It's at where it needs to hold support at in here anyway for the 1 hour. It's slightly off when we just looked at it, so slightly off from it a little bit. So if we break that, then we will roll back down. What I'd be looking for in this situation right here is for price action to, I'm gonna have to turn that off, for price action to hold here on a back test of where we got this breakout right here from. Be looking for it to come back and back test this and hold here and then continue up if this does break to the downside. So that's what I will be looking for on Zcash here. And jump back over here to Bitcoin real quick just to see what we're doing, what we got going on. We could already see the pattern and everything else. I'm just gonna pull that out a little bit in there. I don't really have to see this one right now. So I'm gonna collapse that. I know that we were holding support around the 400 EMA here, at least yesterday. That is what I was seeing. Yeah, so we were holding 400 in here yesterday, and today we're slightly below that. We're slightly below that. See if there's anything else in here. I don't have any because by the time stream started, this was already rolling over. So I don't have any sort of a setup in here at the moment. Not at the moment. Unless you're still in something from yesterday when we were looking at the breakdown yesterday. Um, I don't have anything. Not here, not. Not at the moment. Ethereum might reject from here. Yesterday, you can see how it came back inside of the formation in here yesterday. The breakdown below it, price action was whipsawing yesterday as market open. No real stability. No real stability yesterday. And it's Friday, peeps. It's Friday. And we talked about yesterday the fact that it's Thursday. You do start to have money leaving the market on Thursday. And now the crypto space is also a part of Wall Street. So, you know, so a lot more correlated now than it was before. All right. So with that covering of Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, ZAC, I'm gonna fast forward here a little bit. Just a little bit where yeah, I'm gonna fast forward here a little bit. Let me stretch this out. So, hopefully this gives something in here. Positive posture in here. Whatever break there was to have in here, that's already happened here on Solana. 3 candles up here. That's taking place. See if it wants to recover back inside this breakdown level. It's still below the 20 SMA at the moment, and MACD and Delta is still below the zero line, even though they do have positive posture, and we can see the selling pressure um, was declining in here as well. We haven't met, and I just think that we come down and we at least well, what else was there in here? Let me see it from here. Some stuff. Okay. Yeah. That max pain level, you see that 3,089. We were saying 3,088 for for Ethereum here. Yeah, we haven't tapped that yet. So I did see that Bitcoin had actually did tap that. So um, my mind is playing a song right now. What's the guy's name? I can't think of his name right now. He's a smack that though. I see his face and I can't think of his name. And that max pain for Bitcoin is 9,021. I mean 90,021, which would put us right down here at our measure move down here. So I'm just gonna assume that we're gonna come on down. Come on down. That's what I'm gonna assume. We're gonna continue our move down, and we're gonna hit this and look for that to be support. So with that said, I'm gonna push forward a little bit here. I try to keep the stream well, not hours on hours on hours here. So if you hear, you're here, and if you're not, then you're not. Let's get her done. Let's get her done. All right, Oracle, Oracle, Oracle. So we got through this one little point right here so far. The 216 got above the resistance that was in here. Looking for that continued push up here. I could, again, like I said, I could be overreaching a little bit in here, looking to get back above this euphoria point in here. I could be overreaching on this. So, actually, that resistance is right. It's more so right here. I could be overreaching, but I think that's a, yeah, I might be overreaching, looking to get above this little pivot in here, right? But nonetheless, like I said, I believe that we see some sort of a relief bounce in here first, before there was any sort of continuation to the downside, as if to fulfill this 150 put down here. But Oracle continues to be performing pretty good at the moment, on this push up. So good for Oracle. Take a look over here. So yesterday, Meta dropped. Well, actually, they didn't drop. They launched a rocket yesterday, is what I posted on, after market open and everything, because um, they announced that they were cutting the budget back for Meta, which was, one of the catalysts for, it was probably the main catalyst for why price was rolling over as harsh as it was after earnings, because of all of the capital that Zelt was talking about investing. It didn't sit well. It didn't sit well. So that did this right here. That did this right here. A little bit of a pullback from that, since that announcement took place. It has pulled back a little bit in here. One of the things that I was looking at in here, and you can see it right here. So we're just kind of knocking on it now. Now, I did state that I was going to erase the. Let me make sure I was on the right chart. Drop the. I still had it as pending in here, but it seemed more favorable until that announcement came out yesterday that it would get the little corrective move, and like I said, possibly be looking for an inverse head and shoulder in here. So that's off the table right now, the inverse head and shoulder. We had not actually came into a state of which you see how you got this red bar in here. Like when we were getting the correction yesterday, I did highlight that, but nonetheless, um, I'm gonna put a pin in what Meta might be able to do from this point. So it might just continue up from here, and with the data. And we finally did actually tap into, with that move yesterday, we finally tapped into the RSI resistance line. Now, if we SFP on this, that'd be something different. But at the moment, you can see that Meta price is above here. It is above it at the moment. So it could just continue up. MACD Delta looks pretty decent in here as well. So it could look to continue up in here. It didn't quite come into this yesterday. Pretty close to tapping into this as some sort of a resistance level. So we'll see how this goes. It looks pretty decent, even though you can see it's acting as some sort of a resistance point right now. And it did hit euphoria in here. I, of course, am looking for, Meta to continue higher in the long run. Meta's it's a good company to invest in. So it wasn't like anybody was looking for a short in here, looking for another opportunity to get in is about it. If you were somebody who didn't get in here, looking for another second opportunity to get in, to get long on Meta. That's it. That's it. So nice move for Meta. And here is the you can see it right here. Meta's major cut, yeah, major cut. But anyway, their decision to scale back on the budget. All right, past Oracle here. Let's take a look here. So I was looking for Walmart. I'm in my feelings. I'm in my feelings on Walmart, and that's about it. That's why you see that a little short position right there going forward. I'm in my feelings about it. You don't have a lot of aggression to sell Walmart. You don't have that. I've run through it, and so you don't have it. But It's at a place right now. Like I said, I'm in my feelings, and for me, it just really isn't making a lot of sense. So I was looking for a potential SFP here around a very important level right here. So it's the biggest volume area, that level that Walmart has, which is that 115. Now they can choose to pin price around here, but I'm looking for Meta's price to at least come back in here. You see, I gave it some room in here on this 3-1, on this 3-1 here. So I did give it some room in here. Um, Not looking for a whole lot, but I am looking for this thing to come back a little bit. It might even make its way back down here towards 110 or something like that if this finds success. But it was just, I was looking at the momentum and the rise at the same time. And for me, it was just screaming SFP, potential SFP around a very important level of that 115 there. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. It may not work out well, but it's in the atmosphere now. So that's the challenges of trading. It just is what it is. Seeing here, no actual, not really, not really. It looks like it might give it to me though. It looks like it might give it to me. So we'll see how this goes right here. Oh no, that's not what I want. Hold on. I'm having a brain fart or something. Okay, there we go. Just so you can see, just so you can see what that's looking like. Um, Moving forward. All right, so there was some relevant news that I was reading here on Coinbase, and someone was filing for. See if we got it over here. See if I can find that in here. Oh, okay. Someone in here. I was reading this yesterday. Ursum Frederick Ernest III. He's filing to sell off about 4,125. This is from yesterday. I think the sale, the approximate date of sale reads 12/4. So that was yesterday. So just 4,125 shares of coin could be hitting the market. We'll see how that goes. They could be keeping the price pinned in here today, at least until we reach up to what was I looking at? 284. Let's see, what was I looking at? Might have deleted that other one. To dang it, did I delete that other one? It wouldn't have made sense for me to. Oh, I think this is it. Yeah. So 282. It could keep us pinned through here. I'm gonna have to zoom out on a lower time frame because if I'm sitting here, it's gonna make this really noisy. So I'm gonna zoom out on 15. They could keep price pinned somewhere in between that 270, 250 here. Very important level in here. You can see all the interaction across this level right here, at least from this point right here. But if not, then now let me take a look at that. Yeah, 282.50 in here. Somewhere in between this 270.250 up to this 282.50 in here. That could be what we see here for we haven't made our way up here towards it yet. We've gotten close to getting around it, but we've been getting stopped out around this 280 here so far. I'm expecting for this to get hit today. So we'll see, or if that that sell-off will have any impact, and we just don't see it. I mean, it doesn't have to hit it. It doesn't have to hit it, but this is the golden level right now for coin 272.50. So you can see how I played that yesterday, and it's not an actual trade that I took because I can't trade this on BTCC. It's just paper trade. And if it was a paper trade that failed, you would know that it's a paper trade that failed as well. 16. I'm spot invested in coin. So that's what you have to look for today on coin Friday. Circle holding up. Again, both of these were stocks that I could see that money was going into these two right here. My actual TA for this one is not here. It's not the one I would generally use. And then, of course, Tesla in here. I knew I had this channel in here somewhere. It just wasn't the pain that I was looking for. But Tesla continuing to just excel, just continuing to excel. It is at a place where it has that major resistance in here. But if Tesla does manage to push up, then I'd be looking for Tesla to, get up into the high fives, maybe six, something like that. Would take a little bit of time, but it looks pretty good in here if it manages to continue to excel. Now, I do think that Tesla's at a point of resistance. I really do. And if I had to cap it out, I would be capping it out here around 493, which is just getting above this little peak over here, just getting above it, and then possibly rejecting from there. But people have been looking to short here, and it hasn't been the most successful thing. So I'm gonna jump into 15-minute here, and let's see. All right. So, as I was sharing with you yesterday, that they could try to keep price pinned down in here yesterday. So, as you know, market was pretty volatile yesterday morning, and so you see they brought whipped it up real quick, and then it got sold back down, and you can see how it's dancing across here. So this 450 is a level in here to keep your eyes on, because they could pin price back down here towards this 450 today. Okay. Again, when I dash it out like this, it's a key area in the strike. So a lot of volume in here. The biggest strike price, this 450. So they could again bring it back down to this level in here today. It's Friday. It's Friday. I added this additional level in here, this 493. We'll see how price action performs. Usually, wherever your largest strike is at, they tend to hold it somewhere around that level. So I would just be looking for that. 450 to be a point of interest again today when market opens. And if not, we have to look higher. I mean, it is what it is. Tesla's really hard one. It is a really hard one. But I'm leaning towards this 450 again for today. I guess I should just leave it on this lower time frame as long as I'm not. All right, so with hood, I'm looking beyond the scope for hood. I'm actually looking for a measured move up here. And that is if hood does have this inverse head and shoulders that I'm potentially looking at here. You know, I said I don't really care for inverse head and shoulders when they're around the top side of a chart. I don't like them. But that would be hood getting the breakout above this little wedgie structure that it's in right here. So this little wedgie structure that hood is holding in. And then I'm looking at this here as potentially an inverse. So you can see this here. But no neckline break yet, and that only happens once price can break out of this. It also looks like a rising wedge too, right? So, you know, I look at both. I look at the fact that it could be a rising wedge. They could just shoot us up here to about this 141 in here and then knock us back down here towards this 116. So could just hold us out in here, not managing to break outside of the wedge structure in here. And then going into next week, it's back down in here somewhere. That could also be the case for Robinhood. Right now, I am paying more attention to the upside. I'm a spot holder on Hood now. Spot holder on Hood now. So I'm not concerned about the shorter term moves, but if you're trading it, then you know that you have that to look forward to. Again, possibly capping out somewhere in here around 141 to the top side of the trend line right here. You could be looking to take a short. And just might be looking for it to hold up somewhere around this 116 and continue the move to the upside. That would invalidate the inverse head and shoulders, by the way, but it would validate the rising wedge if it is a rising wedge. Okay. And I see us getting a little bit of a pullback here more of a pullback here on SEC. And Bitcoin is coming into our level of interest. Let me take a look here. No. Looks like I might need to refresh something. It didn't look that great on the 4-hour time frame. I'm gonna tell you that right now. So on the 4-hour time frame, it did not look that great for Bitcoin. I like the way Solana just did that. That's cool. Looks like I might have needed to change how I had this line in here. Before I get back into Hood, you see this right here? It made more sense to me in this fashion because of the squeeze in here, and because I'm also looking at this as an inverse head and shoulder, but I can see that it's probably back testing this. So yeah, this slight little back test of that, the reason why. So I probably should have clarified. I think I did though. I said looking at this as a potentially a head and shoulder formation. So invalidation would come if price was to break above this point right here, or it could stay valid and then you have a different shoulder. But yeah, you can see where that rejection is coming from. Here. Okay. that's what I'm watching out here for hood. All right, Sezzle continuing to push up. So this is great. This is great. This is great um, for anybody who did, break. A lot of people will wait for the back test. So if you waited for the back test, you're smart, I suppose. But Sezzle, it's looking pretty good. They just stretch these out a little bit more in here now. I don't really have any words for this one. I'm just going off of technicals in here. No, I didn't look at any, strike prices or anything like that that might keep price pinned down through here. I did not take a look at that. Right now, I'm just looking at possibility of about 86 at the moment. So I'm just leaving it to this with the breakout and then looking for that there. I think I drew this off of a 16-hour chart. I did. Um, so it looks a little bit cleaner with the trend line. That's about it. That's about all I'm looking for at the moment right here, if it says. Dollar General. Remember yesterday I told you DG. Yesterday I told you DG because they were reporting before opening. And we were in here. And I said, I got my little alert set for, I just want my alert set for this break right here. But yeah, it was hitting like a little gap in here, and it did manage to get above that gap. Overall, if for some reason this is a big A inverse head and shoulders here on DG, then of course I'm looking for a move up here to about 180. That is what I'm looking for here on DG. And like I said to you, at this right here, like Dollar General is performing really well. There's an article I was reading about more more people are shopping Dollar General, especially with the inflation. But that's been going on for a while. It's nothing new. But earnings continue to hit, which is why I'm kind of, that's why Walmart is like bothering me a little bit right now. That's why Walmart is kind of getting to me a little bit. Like, why are you pumping? Why are you pumping that Dollar General pump? Because that's what people shopping at right now. Petty, petty. But this one right here has seen like a pretty significant sell off. It did. It did. So, you really take that into account. That's doable. That's doable. Back up here into these lows in here. That's doable. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. So, let's go. And that broke price back above none other than this macro trend line right here for DG. See the macro trend line right here? I could probably drop this in a little bit to make it look better. Gosh, I hate to move my line. I might have been going for the most touches. Here, I'll do it like that. Let me use this one. But either way it goes, it's back above. It's back above that trend line, peeps. It's back above it. Back above that macro trend line. Let's go. Now I'm thinking about Drake. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I'm whipping around all that 600 acres. Let's go. All right. So looking good. Looking good if you played this yesterday, because we were looking for that pop, that continuation to the upside here on DG. It's another good call. Another banker. Another one. I'm not feeling him right now. Khaled, another one. All right. Let's see. Keep pushing. I put this on my radar last night. I'm like, Lulu, what you doing, Lulu? I'm liking Lulu right now. I'm liking Lulu right now. Now I don't want to get into Lulu right here. So you got order block. You had a couple of pivots in here that would have worked, and you can see the one where it bounced, it bounced, it bounced, it bounced. I like for it to come back to here. I don't want to get into Lulu right here. So right now Lulu is kind of like rangy in here. But once it breaks above this point right here, I might feel more inclined to want to mess with it. It it sounds stupid. Like, why would you get in higher when you can just get in here if you think Lulu is about to do something? I just don't want to buy resistance. That's all. I don't want to buy resistance. So it either gets above resistance and then, resistance turns into support, or it rejects here and comes back down to this accumulation level. So it seems now if it loses this line right here, I mean, you want to buy support, you don't want to buy resistance, right? So it either has to do that for me, or it has to get above resistance and treat resistance as support for me to want to entertain the idea of being in Lululemon. But I like this. I just caught it late, what was I? Oh, I was looking at what made me look at Lulu? Something made me look at Lulu yesterday. Um, and to be honest with you, I don't know what it was that made me look at Lulu, but let me see if I can't figure out what it was that made me look at Lulu yesterday. What was it? Hmm. I swear I'm not going to be able to figure out what it was that made me want to look at Lulu yesterday, but I put Lulu on the, on our radar to be watching Lulu, or to look for a possible entry in here in Lulu. And like I said, I would like for Lulu to come back here. I would like to play this range. I cannot take a position on Lulu at resistance. So Lulu is going to have to do better than that. It's Friday. Not going to do it today. Um, let's just slide this out just a little bit. That might have been right already. This one. But that looks nice. That looks nice. And you've seen how much Lulu has sold off here. Let me just drop Lulu on a monthly time frame. We can take a look at what I'm looking at here. So you got this, and I'm doing this based on none other than the line chart. I like to take the wicks out for the most part. Just take the wick out because that's where the least participation happened at the wick. That's more, and big money. Big money can do that kind of stuff. Um, Smart money. Let's just go with smart money. We're all done. I don't claim that. I take that back. Forgive me. I take that back. You are what you speak, from your head down to your feet. All right, so that's what I'm looking at in here, just from the line chart bias here for Lulu, and this order block right here for Lulu. I think I took that from a daily though. Yeah, I took that from a daily, which I didn't take it from a daily. What the heck did I take this order block from? I don't know. It wasn't a daily. Was it a 4 hour? I could not have done it from here. It'd be smaller candles, right? Where did I take this from? I cannot remember. I cannot. Oh, okay, it was the weekly. Where did I take this? Yeah, I took it off of the weekly right here. Nice, 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 nice little order block right here. So that's what I took it from. I took it from there. I was trying to see how well it reacts to order blocks yesterday when I was looking at it. And so I could see the likelihood of it wanting to hold on to this area right here. But that's basically what we're doing in here. So I was looking at where we got it bounces from and how it actually reacts to things of that nature. And you can see it does all right, just given the context. I didn't use this one over here. It was too much chop in here. I did use this one over here, just kind of seeing like, hey Lulu, how you do? How you do when it comes to order blocks? Nice little move right there. And I was like, yeah, this right here might actually work at least for a little while. And if it doesn't, then I'll be looking down here towards this one. But right now, that's why I said I don't want to buy Lulu from where it is right now. Not at the resistance. Gets above it, then we can entertain it. Otherwise, it could come back down here, and I can get in on Lulu right here, and then play this for the move to the upside. And if it didn't hold here, at least I'm getting to that support, and I'm able to cut it quicker than in here. In here. So liking Lulu. I'm liking Lulu right now. If you got the capital, I don't have the money to um, start some sort of a spot position on Lulu. I don't, and that's me being realistic with myself. I'm tied up into other things right now with my capital, and I'm prioritizing. If I could do this futures, I probably would. But again, it still wouldn't be from this level. We have to come in. I'm gonna slap on some EMA ribbons in here. You're gonna see also why I like this little level in here too. So we take a look at this. I'm gonna put us back on the monthly time frame in here. We're holding none other than the 200 EMA with this pivot in here. 200 EMA with the order block with the pivot in here. I like this. I like this. This could be a strong buy for somebody who can do this. If you can do this, I think it looks nice. Not financial advice. Lulu looks really, really nice. It looks nice. So that's where you're at. And like I said, resistance at 189. If you can get it, if you can be patient and let it pull back, you don't have to. If you got the capital to do it, then you can play around with it right here. You can play around with it right here. But this looks pretty strong. It looks pretty strong. Support level, order block, 200 EMA. It looks pretty strong right here for Lulu. In fact, today I'm going to be attending a seminar later this evening. Not later this evening. This evening, probably about 2:30, something like that. And this is going to be one of the discussions in there. That's not why I looked at Lulu. I found out about that this morning, the seminar. But looks good, right? Looks good. So I stopped out right here about 258. Stretch this out. You can see it runs through these lows in here. But yeah, it's one of the picks this week. Lulu. I haven't posted on Lulu yet. Not taking any notes on Lulu. I didn't. I didn't take any notes on Lulu. But you got the word right here about Lulu Lemon. Looking good. Looking good. 200 EMA. Order block. Monthly pivot. I mean, it's a small pivot, but it's support level nonetheless. I like this. All right, I'm not going to take up much more of your time with Lulu because I haven't done anything outside the technical analysis in here. I want to see how they would probably, how market makers would probably try to control the scenario here, or, for Lulu pinning and all that good stuff right there. And I'll probably do that later today for preparation for next week or something. So with that said, let me jump on over to the next one, which is GE. Okay, so I started checking out GE, and the reason why I'm checking out GE is because first of all, there's a dark pool order for GE. It matches up with the what I mean. It could do it. I don't really know. As I went through and I was doing the little bit of technical on it, I don't feel. I mean, this is the top. This is the top. But I checked it out because of the dark pool order. Where they're looking for it to get back up to about 315. And when I looked at it, it did double bottom. It's something to consider, but I'm not, this is up here. This is up here. And if it falls, if it falters, I think I did put some notes in here on this one. I didn't. Dang, I can't believe I didn't put any. Did I put any notes over here in the tablet or anything? I didn't. But I can just tell you, like I said, it did do a double bottom in here. It is about where it would, if it fails this double bottom low in here. You can see where it's pretty much been ranging in between, somewhere between that 5 and this 10 in here. When I looked at it on the Bollinger, let me just take that away for a sec. When I looked at it here on the Bollinger, it could potentially come back down here towards this 274 is what I have highlighted right here. Or maybe even more towards this 20 SMA. I didn't look at the Bollinger from this time frame, but that's just what I'm looking at because you can see how it's holding up very well in between here. So if it was to get a pullback and continue to respect the S1 and S2, then this is what I'd be looking for it to do something like this. I think this is coming off of a weekly time frame, what I'm looking at right here. But this is what I would be looking for. And the reason why I'm watching the weekly is because it does have like some sort of lower squeeze, more of a squeeze on it. So I mean, it's a flip of the coin here for this one right here, but it did indeed double bottom. So I could see whatever I don't think big money is looking at that. I don't think they really care about the technicals as much as they do the business side of things. And we know that. Let me move to a lower time frame so I can capture what I'm looking at in here. Let's go with a 1. Might have been more so what I was using if it wasn't the. Yeah, so you can see how it double bottomed in here. and I added two trend lines in here. One is just for the line bias, and that's this one right here. And I drew this from a higher time frame, so it's not going to look the same over here on this 1 hour time frame. And then the other one is looking at the wick portion, so it includes the wicks on it. And because you can see the momentum is shifted down a bit, so price well, it's not coming up as strong anymore right here. So that was another thing I was taking into account. Like it wasn't managing to get back to this trend line, which tells me that the momentum is no longer the same, even though it got the double bottom, which is why I'm a little bit cautious on this one right here. But if this does play out the double bottom formation, this would be the measure move, which would put it back up here around about 313. And when I was looking at let me just take you to this chart. Okay, so I was looking at this in here. So this is the dark pool prints over here for GE, right? So I'm just going to click on GE right here, and you can see this one right here. This call for 315. Now there was the one for the 280, which was basically getting back up above that 20 SMA off of the weekly time frame, which it did. What am I talking about? I'm sorry. Double bottom. Double bottom. Double bottom would have been down there towards this right here didn't happen right here. But this one right here, the 315 is what I'm really trying to focus on right here. So the 315, you see how the measure move for the double bottom, it pretty much measures out around there. The double bottom measure move, like I said, is about 313. And I was looking at this order right here for the 315 strike here for this month. So if it happens, it happens. I'm not it's speculative. It really is. Just looking at the technicals in here, like I said, prices weren't managing to get the same aggressive move up here back towards this this solid line up here. So it's cautious. It's cautious. It's a tale of caution because it could just break down. It could simply just break down, and it's at the top, and the top can keep being the top, But if you're watching this, if you're watching GE, I'm gonna keep it in the watch list going into next week as well. I just want to see how it does. I'm also trying to make decisions on whether or not I want to keep hanging on to some of these subscriptions to put my money back in my pocket. We'll see. We'll see, because I don't. So far, for me personally, I don't think that there's anything in here I can't get from doing technical analysis. Now, I do. There's a few things I like, but for the most part, I, I can do this without spending money to get information, because I would have did this anyway. So that's what I'm looking at here for GEG. May have been, yeah, G may have been it for that one right there. But we got more. We got more. Just checking back over here on Ethereum, Bitcoin, Solana, just Zcash, just kind of see what we're looking like. Okay, let's move forward. All right, so like I said to you yesterday, with NVIDIA, you see these two dashes up here that we were looking at yesterday. When we dropped those, I was like, it's kind of surprising. I would look for them to keep us pinned across here. And again, the 180, they love to keep us snapped around this 180, 180, 180, 180, 180, 180, 180. Oh, gosh, one freaking 80, 180. So we're still within our zone in here, but they've been keeping us pinned at. So you could have played this yesterday. I'm already in my long position from 170 with the futures trade over on BTCC. And aside from that, I hold NVIDIA long term. But otherwise, I would have done something like this right here yesterday because they're keeping us. I mean, you just play the range till the range breaks. Just play it until it breaks. So today's today. That's how I knew they would probably bring us back around. The little dashes in here because today's Friday. Today's Friday. So expiries will keep us pinned around through here. Still haven't hit that 190 yet, but this is the most important right in here. So you can play this. You can play this between 185 all the way down here to 180. You can play this. That's where they holding us out at right now. I like to see that 190 get hit. Now we hit 190. I'll be looking to close out. It's got the big trend line down through here. We'll see how that goes. Breaking above this would probably be more important to me. Maybe I wouldn't close out the entire position and just take another, take a little bit more profit on my position over here for NVIDIA. As I am looking to get into some other things, I am looking at Apple, but that's the NVIDIA. This is what we were watching yesterday. This is what we're watching today. It's Friday, and then we'll see how information updates on Tuesday because I won't be, like I said. I'll look back at things on Monday, but basically the new information, I'm going to need Tuesday for that when it comes to the stock market. Okay. So moving past NVIDIA now, and we already talked about Tesla and the 450 in here and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I'm not going to do Tesla. We talked about that. So I'm gonna leave it to that. We could be coming back down here towards the 450 today, and if we come back down here towards the 450, I mean, let's do this. Let me see what I got right here. 16. Drop that. Let me drop that one. But that look like nothing. That looks like peanuts right now. Peanuts. I was like, just get back to this one right here. Just get back to this one, Tesla. Yeah, that's peanuts. Imagine if I was actually trading this. I would still be in it. Don't get it twisted. I would still be in it, but that would have been, another TP and then leap a runner. That's what that would have looked like for me. Uh, that's a paper trade I didn't trade because I'm not trading. I'm not trading Tesla. That's what you have to look forward to. I think it probably comes back down here towards that 450 again. All right. Here for Tesla. Why are you in here? You can see little bear divs through here. So I'll be looking for it. Like I said, 450. 450. Come back, Tesla to the 450. But it looks like it goes up a lot more. Tesla don't care about bear divs. Tesla don't care about earnings. That's why I don't trade it. That's why I don't. That's why this couldn't get any more than this. That little blimp of a 3-3-1. That looks so sad. I'm gonna take that off. That looks so sad. Did that though. All right. Still holding, still rising. I covered circle. I think I did cover circle already. And again, I do still think that the potential is for circle to get in here. Back to this trend line, I can't tell you what price will actually meet this trend line at. We can continue going sideways and up for a while until we actually hit it, or we could reverse and lose all of this and come down. But we did fulfill this part right here. We did get above the little piece of resistance right there. We're now having to face a little bit of resistance around where we got our a measured move here for our head and shoulder breakdown in here. So this could just be a back test of, well, no. Why would you back test the measured move? You wouldn't, but I'm just saying, like, it is a little bit of resistance across this right now. It's a little measured move part right here. We'll see. Again, still looking up for a little bit more, a little higher here on circle, on circle. Take some time. Take some time. Uh, so close, so close. This is the paper trade on Netty. It didn't hit it. It didn't hit it. Came real close to tapping it, you know. So realistically, you'll see if I did something. I don't care how I was looking at it, paper or whatever. If it didn't make it, it didn't make it. This one ended up finishing out. We were looking at this yesterday, and we had not finished it out yesterday. It did finish it out, and then got that drop to the downside here. You know, rising structure right here, a little bear flag right here on Netflix. But we're talking about the entire market probably coming back. This would right now. This is in this, you know, selling. This is a sell wall, put wall, however you wanna phrase it. But market makers are more likely to go in the direction of this trend right about now here for Netflix. I'm not going up there to look at that at the moment. Have another point of interest down here about $100. Okay, about $100. I told you the story about me trying to trade Netflix. It was actually this trade over here on BTCC, but they put you in a hole. I don't care. I don't care. Like, they just automatically put you in a hole, and then you have to have your stop loss so far away for them to not instantly take you out of that trade. Like, I was trying to set the stop loss on it. I knew exactly where I wanted my invalidation to be. They didn't care about my invalidation. When I set the stop loss, even if it was, let's just say $2 away, just say it was like $2 away, they implied that I didn't have it set far enough away, and they instantly took me out at a L. At a L. Like, the price isn't even there, sir. Price is not there, sir. I just entered the trade. Why am I in a hole? I just entered the trade and it bounced exactly from where I was looking to enter at. Why am I in a negative? I could see if price was below that, I'd be in a negative, but I'm in a negative for being right. And you stopped me out for wanting to manage my risk on Netflix? That's how that conversation went in my head. So this may not be making it. This might not be making it. I put any notes on here. Oh, this was the first one. So I did make an attempt in here the first time on Netflix, and you're gonna see this right here in this image. And I did, and you see right here when I did it, I said, let me put my little note in here for when I take this, what happens. And I did not allow the candle to close, and that didn't work out. So that was the first attempt. The second attempt did, but still, you see, it didn't make it all the way up here. So that was and I was trying to do it off of the 280 because 280 was the intricate, you know, it's the intricate. No, hold on, what is this? No, that's Apple. I'm gonna take you to Apple. Let me see if I have a note in here for Netflix. Okay, no, Netflix wasn't the one that failed, but this came really close, right? So it was like, yes, this looks strong. It held. This one held. It's Apple. So we're gonna take a look at Apple. But this one did good, except for the fact that you can see we didn't manage to make it there. We didn't manage. Yeah, this one did okay. It came down and then it recovered. But yeah, it didn't make it. Am I got another note in here? This is old. That's from October 29th. That's when we was first looking at the potential flag formation. Anyway, price did bounce from that, so moving on. If it holds up, hopefully it'll come back up here. If not, like I said, 102 was, around about a key level. So it looked interesting because it was still hanging around here after it did take out the liquidity down here for the low. And no, I didn't want to do an SFP on this. I did not want to do an SFP on this right here, simply because we're like I said, we're at a place where market makers will go in the direction of the trend right now, negative gamma. So be looking for prices to continue down. If anything, if they can't get a handle on it, they would be looking at $100 down here as a point of interest next for Netflix. But I won't be trading Netflix again. I will not on BTC. If I do anything with Netflix, I would be looking to hold it for longer. That's netty. Let's move forward here with gold. What we were looking at for gold yesterday, we're still holding above this line right here. Bounce, 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 bounce. Bounce, 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 bounce. So we're still holding here on this ascending trend line. I did share with you yesterday that from the original line here, from the wedge that we were watching for, and when we got the break out of this, I just felt the need to have to move this, and it was based on. Was it based on this? Let me see. Yeah, I think no, it wasn't based on it from this time frame. Let me look at it from the daily. Yeah. I think I did it based on the daily. Just trying to, you see how we're starting to rise up in here. So we could start to squeeze around this area right here. I mean, this is what this a symmetrical triangle is anyway, is basically price compressing, suppress price action. And then it starts to narrow in and becomes less and less and less volatile until you get that explosive move out, either up or down. Right now, like I said, I lean towards a little bit of caution. It looks nice. Gold looks nice, and I'm hoping that it does work out for all the gold maxis, that it gets that push extremely higher outside of the range. Outside of the range, what I'll be looking at up here to the upside, it's going to be around 48. You can just say 5,000. Prefer even number, and then of course down here to the downside, I'd be looking down here towards 33, or you can say 35, right? For gold, I still have my, I have confluence to this downside. I have nothing to the upside. I do have confluence for that downside move though. I just do. For gold. If you see it start to break down from this line right here, just look and see if you get a back test on the original breakout here, the symmetrical triangle. So now you have it squeezing in through here. Now let me pull this out a little bit. So now you can be ahead of it if it does start to come back. You can be ahead of that breakdown, and if it fails, then you're already in the right direction. If it fails in here and then swoops, you're already in the right direction. As long as it's holding up in here, you got nothing to do but sit on your hands if you're long and just wait for that next break out of here. All right. All right, Amazon. Get to stretch you out, Amy. Just looking at this yesterday for Amazon. We talked about the 227.50 yesterday on Amazon, the 227.50. Now we're at another point of interest in here, which is the 220, and basically somewhere between this 235 and down here to 225. Hold on, let me zoom back up here a little bit in here. This is going to be your put wall right here. So if we start to stall out around one of these levels, that's what makes me interested in saying, hey, get long on this thing right here. Or, you know, wait, if it's in an uptrend, then it is kind of better to be looking for the long, especially if it could be support. As opposed to up here, this was more so around a resistance level in here. So I didn't have a problem with this right here. And we were looking at this potential breakdown right here yesterday, and I had this to pair it with yesterday as well. So that, right through here, I had this to pair it with. I don't have it on here right now, but when I see the structure adding up, if it match, then that's the move for me. If it matches, then that's the move for me. You see that? It was calling the breakdown before the breakdown, okay? I mess with it. Got that one. And then this one right here did the same situation. Was the same situation right here. That's the one. Right. Honey, you went too far back. Taking it back to the old school because that's so cool right here. See that? Bam. To the downside. Now let me switch this up in here. We might be breaking down again. It might be breaking down again. Another one. It's at the edge. It's on the edge. So this might not work out. I might have overdid it right here, but I didn't even make it. I couldn't. I kept trying to pull it to get to the 3, and I was having a hard time. And then if I try to, if I do this, it's gonna take it over. Oh no, it didn't. Okay, there we go. Sometimes it'll do that, and I don't know why. So now it's authentically a 3-1 that might fail. And did I try this one beforehand? Let me just see if I did try this one beforehand. Nope, that's the one that worked out perfectly. I saw it again holding through here. I said, okay, so what we're going to be looking to get in at is above the chop. If it comes in above the chop, we good. And, we pausing out around the 230 right now because that is a strike price to 230. There's a strike price. They're controlling it. Push us down past this. Could be coming down here. This 225 today. So keep 225 on your radar for Amazon. Keep 225 on your radar for Amazon. If this is about to get, let's go ahead and just draw a little trend line across here too. Go ahead and get you out of the way, sir. Let me change this, lighten it out a little bit. Make sure I'm not cutting anything because I do want to get as much on this body. Now, without going over that one. Okay, that's the best we can do. We at a point right here. You know what? Because I'm feeling like drawing lines this morning. I just feel this would have faked you out, or not faked you out. It would have been a swing fail to the downside. I did look at that on the but let me do this. I think I looked at it like that. And even when I looked at it like this, you would have had a swing fail on this initially, and then you would have moved it, and then it would have worked out in your favor. I think that was how I looked at this one right here yesterday. You know what? I just want to put it on the line. I'm sorry. It's bothering me. That one's bothering me. That one is. This one over here is not really bothering me. It is. It's bothering me too right now. I like to use the line bites, but for some reason it's just kind of bugging me right now. It usually doesn't bug me like that. But yeah, this right here, I think when I first first looked at this one right here, and when I initially would have been doing this one, I would have had it like this right here. You see that? You see that? And this all support through here, and then it breaks down, and then you see how it SFP back up. Yeah, sometimes that will happen. You just have to be ready for that. All right? Cut it, cut it. Your price is way too high. You need to cut. Then after you get that pivot, then you want to test that again. You want to test that again because you get the breakdown. Then you can already see. You can already see how that was gonna go. What else was it gonna do? That's how that was gonna go, and that might be how this one right here getting ready to go. Like I said, I would just you can see if we can't hold up again around this 227, or if we're gonna come back at this 225, could be this 225 in here. Ooh, Lord, child no. Child no. But in the long run, what I'm looking for, we've discussed that. We've discussed that. This is what I'm looking for. And I said it'll take a little bit of time, but you can see how with the formation with here, with the triangular formation, what we're as we start to wedge in a little bit more, you can see our trade zone. So you can see our trade zone in here as we start to wedge in a little bit more. This is our trade zone right here until it breaks. Once it breaks, I'm looking for this entry down here, which, like I've been saying repeatedly over the past month or so, actually longer than that. Hold on. When did I start looking at this? I started looking at this. Well, let's see when I started looking at this. This was from October. This is where I took my entry, my long entry at my initial long entry, the one that you're seeing that we've already played out, and I talked about this. So, and I actually posted on this too. So that was that one. So I've been watching this for a minute right here. Now I did have to. Did I change my mind? Or maybe I moved my. That's 188. Hold on, let me see what I did. What did I do? I think I did change this, yeah, because that reads 190 now. I had it set for 188. But anyway, I highlighted to you what the trading range is going to look like in here, at least until we eventually break down. And when we eventually break down, um, it's going to be down here. You can see that 215 right there in case we SFP on that for any reason. For any reason, if we SFP on that, come back in 215 down there. But right now, this is your trading range. Possibly if they do drop it off and they don't hold it in here, be looking at that 225 here this morning for Amazon. If they're pushing it up, then I would start to you would break this structure. You would break. This is a 15-minute time frame, though. 232, and then you got 235 in here. Naturally, this is where I would have been looking at somewhere in here, and I think that Amazon 220. This information in here hasn't. Let me refresh it, and I'll take you on to this tab. But honestly, it hasn't updated, and it won't. Probably won't really update. Probably won't really update. Where will we at on Amazon? So 220, below 220, and then you go into negative gamma. This is from yesterday though, below 220. That's where gamma flips negative, but we're above that right now. We haven't reached that, and I'm saying 225 right here. On top of that 225, this right here. I tend to I'll see what they have in here for the call and put wall. I tend to lean towards wherever the biggest put strike is and the biggest call strike is, and then I'll use those two, and then I might dash out another one in here if it's pretty high as well, or I can see that the gamma line is running through it. Then I'll dash it out and say, okay, I feel like this is just as important as the other one. And then aside from that, like I said, whatever the largest strike is on the put, that's just kind of like how I do it. So I don't tend to subscribe necessarily to what they would have in here. Oh, I don't even have you over here on it. I'm sorry. My bad. As I was talking about Amazon, and like I just said, I tend to not go, this hasn't updated yet, I tend to not go with what they have in here for the call and put wall. I like to look at where my largest strike is on my put side and where my largest strike is on my call side, and then I will go with those two. And then if I see like another strike price that's pretty relevantly high, I will include that as well. So I do tend to look at the higher points, the higher gamma strike points in here, and especially when I can see the gamma line like kind of cutting through them, I tend to lean towards those things a lot. A lot. It's not cutting through this one, but again, like I said, it is the largest put strike in here. So it's relevant to me. That's the 225 that I'm talking about right now on Amazon. So that's just how I do it. Um, you can take this information and use it like you like to. That's just how I do it. All right. So that's why I'm looking at that one. Instead, if we do falter, which, this looks like it could get the breakdown in here. It's not a could that we would, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it has to break, has to invalidate this or that it can't still hold up around this 227.50. Okay, it doesn't imply that. Slide that out a little bit. All right, that's Amazon. Moving on here, Google. All right, so I was looking at this potential little rising structure in here. I'm gonna go ahead and try to add it. Go ahead and add that little notch right there to it. I'm not gonna, I don't know if I should change. Well, it popped above it and broke below it. So let me see what that's gonna look like. If it looks parallel, then yeah, I'll run with it. Yeah, I'll still run with it. It's rising though. It is rising. But you can see where we got our little move from in here, which was the 315 in here, and if they send us back down, potential right now, potentially. I don't really want to say head and shoulders, but ugh, ugh. Oh, which brings me to another thing I have to look at. But yeah, if we don't bounce around, you see we're coming back into our little, they'll probably pin it around here today. You probably see it coming into here today a little bit more often. This 320 in here. And let's see. Is that 320? What do I have? 320. This is okay. I'm looking at something different. My bad. My bad. Let me put this on Google. I hate how Google has like two, like this right here. Why though? And it's like an alphabet CIA, alphabet CIC, and this 320. Is that what I have? Yes, it is. All right, let's take a look at this Google. It's annoying me. Ugh, it's It's really annoying me. So that 320 right here. So you see how we're returning up there to that 320. That's your biggest strike call right here. This 320 right here. You can see based on yesterday's information where the negative flip below 286 would take place, which we're far from that right now for Google. But again, it could get, how we're magnetizing back up here, they could choose to keep price pinned somewhere closely around this level right here. And then you can see the one that's down here for the 315 here. So that is where we got the bounce from yesterday. It's from our largest put wall was where we got the bounce from yesterday. Okay, so that's why I was watching these two, and then if it starts to get any worse or anything like that, I got this stuff in here, but this is how I was looking at it. Now this is more in tune. Like we're to an agreement right here. This is where I'm in agreement with them because, like I said, I will look at where my largest call is and where my largest put is, and those two become really important to me. Now, if there's something else that's relatively close to it, then I will take that into account. So this 310, I do take the 310 into account. But right here, I call wall and I put wall. We agree. We agree on that. They're smarter than me. They did this. They came up with this or whoever. So they're smarter than me. So for me to not agree with them sounds stupid as heck. But that's just how I'm rolling. That's just how I'm rolling. And you can see that's what we dropped. And then also just technical stuff, in here, back into our little wedgie structure that we have down through here too. It did overshoot it a little bit and then came back up. I would have been looking at that kind of stuff. Naturally, I would have been looking at that, if I didn't have this little subscription over here. They sent me a little email and they were like, you're because they give you like, get your free trial. Go get your free trial. Okay? They give you a free trial. I instantly paid for it and they gave me a free trial anyway. I like bar chart. I like them because you get a lot more information. I have that cheddar flow, and cheddar flow is okay. Cheddar flow be just numbers jumping everywhere. Oof. My anxiety go up with cheddar flow. So I'm trying to decide if I want to keep that subscription or not, because my anxiety be everywhere with that one. But bar chart, I absolutely love it. Like I got time to sit there and take in the information. Cheddar flow, you don't get a lot of information. You get numbers, and they just be everywhere, just numbers flying at you. All right, let me start rambling. So that's what we got here. Let's take a look down here at the RSI. I didn't move anything in here. Yeah, we're looking at that. Let me set this like this. You gotta go now. You got to go. You got to go now. We got the breakdown here yesterday. You can see that breakdown right here. Yesterday. We still riding close down here. Close enough. This is leaning down. Another drop down, maybe. I mean, this formation in here says it goes to the downside. Sometimes they'll send you up off of a pattern like this. But everything in here so far, let me make sure I drew that right. That line doesn't matter to me anymore. Not really. It could come back and hold it as support, but I feel like that. Really would be looking for this to come down again this morning. And because it's back here, you can see how they've been keeping prices back up here around this 320 in here. So in between here, well, actually in between these four, something to look for today. If they reject it right here, it might want to look at it as a head and shoulders. It's not actually where I would be looking at it being a head and shoulders from, but you might want to look at that. All of the sellers that I don't know why. I understand that price is up there. I was looking back at a tweet that I did back when here on I don't think I have this in here. Oh, that's Amazon. Why is this showing? I'm like, I know I didn't do anything in here on Google. Yeah, I didn't put any notes in here on Google yesterday because I'm not trading on Google. I'm just watching it. But I was looking back at the tweet that I did on Google. Back then, like 17 people showed up to see that tweet that I did on. Well, that's how they did it with the algorithm, right? So I was like, shout out to all 17 of you, because this is the day, November 11th, 221. I was saying it was just some simple BS. I hear Google can hit 335. And you see where price was at the time. It was at 290. And I was like, it's showing 81 impressions now, but that's just because I retweeted it yesterday. I was like, congratulations to all 17 of you who actually saw this post about Google being able to run its behind all the way back up here, because I'd already seen the unusual volume that kicked in for Google for it to get that driver to the upside. Now we didn't hit the 335. We didn't. We came very, very close up there, and I was like, shit, this is happening. Forgive me. This is happening really, really fast right now. This pump. But I was like, shout out to all 17 of you who yeah, all 17 of you W's that caught that. I couldn't put no money into it. That's okay. We already went through Tesla. And it's here again. It's here again. This is off. Decided to watch the 4 hour because it's just up, up, up and away. So I decided to just kind of watch the 4 hour in here because there is a regression line in here on this 4 hour time frame that until I see this invalidated in some sort of a way, and I don't see anything in here, not even one of these, where I could be like, okay, if it drops below this right here, then I could do it. If it drops below this right here, then maybe. But you can see how many times through here. So it just stick with the larger one in here, because otherwise it would have been for me, if I didn't have this huge trend regression line down through here. If I had nothing else to go with, I would have did something like this, and I've been looking for it to break down below here. But then you can see if it SFPs, and that's just another reason to get long off of it. So let me just show you right here. Actually, let's just drop a line in here. I hate how I can't exactly be on what I want to be on. If I want to be on it like that, then I want to be on it like that. I don't, yeah. So you would immediately got stopped out if you were shorting it there, because then it chose to do this number right here. So it SFP'd that gap down. It SFP'd that gap down and came back up on you. You have to see it in real time. And you have to be prepared for that in real time to catch this right here to the upside. And then after that, if you play around with the RSI like that, then I would have started right here, and then you see you can't put it on it exactly. You can't. So it's gonna look like it just hit the bottom. You can't put it on it exactly. I'm gonna do it like that. Heck no, because I don't like it. I don't like it. I have the right to put this line right here. I have the right to put this line right here. It would be on this candle right here though, but in real time you would have seen it breaking back down, and you could have caught that like that, like move to your lower time frame. As you can see this happening to capture that move to the downside right here. But that's something that I have a tendency to do. This one right here just would have been your trend line bounce altogether, held as support. So that's your yeah, it just absolutely held that support. There's nothing in here for me to drop anything on. If it pushes higher, then I can set something like this right here on it. But at the end of the day, it can catch support throughout here, at least until it comes back into this trend line right here. I'm just saying, you don't have to be fast. You can be slow. You can be slow. But that would have been another great entry. Great entry. Just holding the support and bam. Especially if you can't see it from here. Like you wouldn't have caught this. Like there's no trend line to connect across here that would have given you that other than looking at it down here. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So I'm watching this 4 hour in here. I'm watching it. I'm watching you 4 hour. I'm watching you. You could choose to play with that little small indent. I don't like that little small indent, but yeah, it's not enough. This the delta, and the other reason why I'm watching this too is because you can see some life going out of the delta in here. Some life is going out of the delta in here. Um, but MACD is still looking good. MACD is still looking good in here, but some sort of a reversal will be coming into play here. To watch for it. Now you can connect the line across here. Now you have a trend line where you can probably bounce if they want to continue to be bullish on Tesla. All right, and that just brought us back over here to NVIDIA. All right, and take us back over here. Let me see. Oh yeah, I did. What's the Netflix one at? Okay, here, because that's where I get. Look at that. Look at that. Your number. I almost want to just pull this line. I almost want to just pull this little bit, this little wick right here. Just had to do your job. You just had to do your job. I almost want to just cheat. Say it hit. Now, actually, I would have had. I didn't feel like drawing it out. I would have had like my little profit, a little take profit thing in here that tells me like, hey, take profit here. And then I would have got one profit out of here, which would have been a break even at this point if it's coming back. But anyway, let's take a look at the SPY. The SPY. The Spidey in here. We talked about this yesterday. It was probably gonna come back. Baby, come back. Baby, come back. It's not. It wasn't a big deal. It wasn't a big burger. It wasn't a big burger. It's Crystal Burger. Little Crystal Burger. What else were we looking at in here on this? Let me move. Actually, go 4 hour. 4 hour was our baby. 4 hour was our baby. It's all right. It's still all right. It's still. I mean, I was looking at something else in here though. It's still all right. You got time to be like, oh, SPY rolling over. You still got time because Delta's coming down. Delta's going out by the time, I mean, this is a hint of it. Even though you see it rising in here, even though you can see it rising in here with these little red candles in here, that the momentum is going out. Momentum is fading in here. It's fading in here. So by the time that delta where you at? Just lock me in. Time that delta hit here, You still got time to be like, oh, we rolling out, we rolling out, we rolling out, we rolling out. So this delta at some point today, let's see, it could be the next 4 hour. For all I know, could be hitting it, which is going to be the same thing as your, your MACD signal, because that's what happens as soon as the delta crosses below the zero line. You know what I'm saying? As soon as the delta crosses below the zero line, that's what you get. We're already flirting with this 10 right here. We're already flirting with it. Like I said, momentum slowly declining while we seeing this little rise in here. Momentum slowly declining. Now this would have been, actually I probably would have done something like this, because I can see the MACD finally started to, the posture on the MACD started to turn on it before it got the zero cross. That's something else that I will look at and look at on the chart as well. Let me take this off of the repeated drawings. I would have looked at that before. So even like right here, you got the momentum coming out, and you see how we started the posture in here started to change. A little bitty sell off down through here before it recaptured it. And that's just something that I like. I like that. I like watching that right there. But no color flipping here just yet. But momentum is coming out as this continues to push up here on the S&P 500. As soon as this MACD posture starts to flip, whichever one happens first, either the MACD cross happens or the MACD posturing turns negative. That'll be the thing to watch for me. When prices keep going higher, but you can see it's starting to lose momentum in here. It's just 4 hour. Don't really have anything in here outside of the fact that, yeah, this is the moment where I would do that. So it'd be two breaks in here. It'd be this one right here from the RSI breaking below this little momentum pivot in here, and then of course, like I said, either the posturing in here changes on the MACD posturing flips to negative, or the delta crosses below that zero line, one of the two, and then we'll see more of a pullback here off of the SPY here in the 4 hour. All right, you can zoom out to another time frame and do the exact same thing in here for what would it probably go to? I mean, it seems to work pretty well with the EMA, so probably wouldn't be too much of a big thing. First of all, I would look, because it seems to just kind of bypass this 26. I would be looking down here towards the 60. Either it holds that 60 or it just overshoots it. And then, last but not least, you got this trend line through here, which would, the way that this is sitting right here, the way that this 200 is sitting, it would break this trend line. It will probably find support on the 200 again, but it will ultimately break this trend line, because it's not running parallel to the it's not against, it's not up against the trend line right now. So that's that. Who else was I looking at in here? Let me turn this off. I know I took a look back at, let me just check on Bitcoin and stuff real quick. Just looking at it, make sure it's not doing anything, because all right. We're still paused over there, so I can just keep talking here. Did take a look at Palantir. This is something that I had mapped out on Palantir a little while back, that I stopped focusing on Palantir, but everything is still the same. Still the same in here. So I haven't even pulled, like, this was supposed to be the range in here, the current range for it right here, and then if it broke down, then this would become my new range in here for Palantir, all the way down here towards this golden pocket. But right now we're still within this range. I don't even know if this information has changed. I know that these pivots will stay here. These pivots are these pivots, and you can see we got the bounce from the 148.22, but these ranges that I blocked out in here, that could have changed. I don't know, because I haven't actually come through to really update this chart. So yeah, I haven't come back and changed anything. It looks like we might be let's see, try to test this again, maybe. Tested it before already. Um, I'm just gonna stretch this out a little bit here. See if we test and reject on that. If not, we're back up above it. Start back looking up here about this one. It's just too much for me to go in here and drag these lines out right now. But they're just pivots that I found interesting. That's it. That's all they are. So that'll be the move in here. Did I take notes? Because if I don't take notes, I can't even tell you why I chose to do something that I chose to do. I can't tell you why. Uh, this is the anchored VWAP over time. Okay, so that made sense in here. So the is this one? No, 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 that's not. That is two. Yeah, that's two. So yeah, that's two. And this is, and I have it notated down in here as over time. I didn't take any additional notes in here on Palantir though. This must be over the life of Palantir. This has to be. Let me just push this out on the monthly time frame. That way I can tell you without having to take you through all this. Yes, that's over the lifespan. This VWAP here is over the lifespan of Palantir here over on the NASDAQ. Okay, so that's what we're looking at here, where it gave a little bit of confluence in here to the pivots that are down through here. The reclaim back above is really like the biggest thing, because a lot of people are not going to catch the wicks. We're just not gonna really, like, if you were looking at the pivot, you probably would have gave it a shot here. Like, it makes sense coming back down here to this area. It just kind of makes sense. We can look to our left over here and we can see that potentially, maybe take, liquidity, whatever it's below this little pivot right here, and SFP it or something like that. These two would have made sense in terms of, I'm going to DG in this, but most people are not going to catch that. You're going to wait for the reclaim back above, which you can see based on the line bias here. That's what we got here. That's what we got. So this is our range. I'm going to say that this range is still valid. And I wouldn't be looking for anything outside of it right now. Now, if it breaks to the upside, it's Palantir. It's a strong runner. So that would be different. But right now, I'm not looking for a breakdown of this range in here, which is all the way down here to 140. So 210 to the upside, 140 to the downside is what I have in here. So let me just slide this one back, because I have to figure out why I'm not making sense with not making sense with that. Not making sense with this overlap. And again, honestly, I can't even tell you why right now. I just did not take a note on it. I don't like this right here off the rip. Off the rip. I don't like this pattern, whatever we're doing over here on Palantir. I don't like that. This structure is not my friend. I don't like this structure. So that's there. Maybe it can reject. Oof, no, I don't like this structure. I don't like that. This is a 4-hour time frame though, so it's not the fastest time frame, but it's the time frame. Yeah. Make sure that stays over here. Even if it does another one of these where it comes up and then fails and comes back down below it. I don't I don't like that. I don't like that. You can already see Delta's just been declining. This is gonna pop back down, and if it does, Yeah, like I said, somewhere down here to about 140. Let's take a look at what I was looking at in here. What I possibly could have been looking at is probably going to be the Bollinger Bands. More than likely, I can guarantee that that's what it was. It won't be this time frame right here at all. Let's go to a 3 month. Oh, they don't have enough data for me to even pull something like that. At the time when I did this, I can already tell just looking at this that that's what I was looking at. At the time when I did this, that is what I was looking at. I had to have been looking at this 1 month here. Yeah, I had to have been looking at this 1 month, and I decided to do it like that. So now I know exactly what it was that I was looking at. I'm going to pull this into that, and I'm going to pull this into here. Um, and now it's going to make more sense to me. Not that. And this. So I'm just kind of trying to see, like, I'm probably going to slide this out now that I can see that. So that's obviously what I did, because I can see that it's ranging in between here. So this is the harmony through here, which also another reason why this worked so well on calculating the pullback here for Palantir. You watch this channel. I'm a big proponent. I love the Bollingers. I love it, especially on the when it comes to the NASDAQ, S&P 500, blah, blah, blah. When it comes to stock market, whatever it is, on the high time frames, I absolutely love this, especially when I can find where you probably been ranging in between, where your low is probably been, just watching the behavior. Behavior is like the big thing. Like you can find a lot of behavior in the Bollinger Band. So I love the Bollinger Band. It can make or break you. I'm telling you, it can make or break you. So that made sense on that drop in here too. So there we have it. There we have it along the lifespan of that VWAP. But I would have leaned towards this first, and that makes sense. But I didn't come in and update it, so boo 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 boo. You have to update. I didn't update. I didn't update. I haven't been back over here looking at it. I don't own any more Palantir, people. I sold my last little bit of Palantir before we got this full drop right here, which probably be regrettable. It's Palantir. It's Palantir. I had sold most of it already anyway, because I bought it at $13, and then I had sold most of it anyway at about one oh at 105, I think. 105. Yeah, 105. I sold most of it at 105 anyway. All right, so that pull this out now. Pull this over. We're in the month of November. Uh, you know, no, I'm gonna pull you over. You just come right on over here. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I moved something, so I just saw it jump a little bit. And that. See that? That's nice. But you got just technical trend line, same thing. Showing that we're still moving in between SD1, SD2 right there, which is always nice until we're not. And then we start to break down, and then we'll be looking for that pullback in here off of it. So this would be our range ideally right here. And if we're breaking down below that, then we might start to, that's why the overlap was happening too. My bad. That's why the overlap was happening too. It's kind of weird though, because it was actually up here inside of it. I don't know. I don't know. I might have been looking at a 3 month. I could be absolutely wrong. I might be looking at a 3 month. But if we start to break down below this point right here, want to see it reclaim back above here, since that is the harmony for Palantir right now. So staying in between that SD1 and SD2, not really able to get outside of that. Not really able to overshoot on that or expand right now. If it does, then just keep it going. Keep it going. Right here, looking for a breakdown though. Why am I still rambling on Palantir? I have no idea why I'm still rambling on Palantir. Bitcoin, Solana, Ethereum, Zcash, they're all still doing the same thing right now. Not really moving down, not actually moving up. So 4 hour ain't looking too juicy on Bitcoin right now. I can tell you that, and I think I just said that, but I'm just repeating the information again. Any news in here? Who else was it? AMD. AMD. I don't think I really like. There's really nothing in here for me to look back here on AMD. My AMD levels have been consistently good. Been consistently good. So, and I need to stretch these out, but I don't want to waste your time with me being. I do want to waste your time. I'm sorry. I have an issue sometimes. Where yeah, it's going to get you set up for Tuesday. I can just simply use these in here when it comes to AMD and just time frame. This, if you don't know, because maybe you've never been here before, I don't know. If you don't know what weekly average range is, it's how I go in and I find where the most price action took place at. So that's all that is, weekly average range, where price action is not based on a pivot point, as you can see, because stuff will overlap in here. Even if I take you over here on the weekly time frame, you can see the overlap on these right here. But it's where the most participation took place at. For price action, this is how I find it, and of course, our a few things that I looked at back then at the time when AMD got this push up into here was the fact that I could plot out a little bit of a channel in here for it, and also the other thing, yeah, that was it. That was it for the upside. It was that, and then it was this right here is just a fib extension right here. It did overshoot that fib extension. This was a new print right here for the weekly time frame right here, up here at the top side of this channel that I had plotted in my chart in here. So nothing really. I mean, you've already missed this right here. Trying to think if I flashed this, if I posted on this. I can't remember. I may have, because at the time at the time I still was holding AMD, and I don't hold AMD anymore. I don't hold it anymore, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I don't hold AMD anymore. But this is where I was calling for the low on AMD when I was posted on it. Just a back test in here off of this trend line right here. So this is where I was calling for, saying, hey, start buying, not financial advice, but to, start accumulating in right here on AMD. Not trying to be specific, because sometimes you don't always come back to it. Just not trying to be saying, hey, you might want to start taking a look at this AMD. Hey, I can tell you all the people who were trashing it just because it got a pullback. Hell, it had to have one. Nothing goes up forever. Jeez, people, nothing goes up forever. At some point, stuff is just going to come back. Let's just take a look at this one. Let me see. Let me go with the 3 month. I like to look at a 3 month time frame. Let's start there. Bam, all the way. It was a platinum pocket bounce too, if you don't know that. That was one of the first things I posted on too, was the fact that it was in platinum pocket. 786.886 retracement. I think it actually hit the 0.886, and it was like, yeah, that's it. That's max pain. max pain. Get it? You can see it usually ain't. It's usually not gonna mess with this too much. Now, nice explosive move right there. Like this thing, it needed to pull back, people. Like how long do you think this is? I mean, come on, come on. And at some point, it's gonna come back inside of this euphoria. 202. The day you see it, at some point it's gonna come back inside of that. Let's push out a little bit more right here. Yeah, like it had to do it. It had to do it. Like this is crazy. This is crazy. Even this, why trash on it? Like even this is when you zoom out, this thing has just continued to be a monster regardless. Like when you zoom out, be on the side of big money who talking about holding something for at least a decade. If you were on their side, then you would see like this this ain't dead. Like this isn't dying. Even this spread, this was still low hanging fruit. This is still turned down. Anytime you see that open mouth, that V, as long as this ain't curved up, as long as this isn't curved up and it still look like that, better buy that dip. But I don't have it anymore, so I can stop talking. I can stop talking. They had that last earnings report, and I was like, I think I'm gonna take profit instead. I'm not gonna add to this position anymore. But first, my lips were saying, "I'm gonna add to this. I'm gonna add to this," and it was like, I'm not adding. I'm out. I'm out. And then it decided to get some good news and do another little pump in here and all that good stuff. Just the head and shoulder. Is that what that is? Head and shoulder back test potentially. Is that what that is? Is that what you did? Is that what this is? A back test? Okay, I'm sorry. Give me just a moment. King just said I had a. I'm sorry. I don't mean to ignore anybody. I just get to talking and then I don't see what's happening. Let's see what's happening. Okay. Um, what's up, man? On which item, Mel? I'm so sorry. See, Coin King and started talking. Um, and hello, Danny Lowe's. Was saying hi to the Coin King. I don't know why people come in. They hear my voice and they say hi, bro. It is his channel, but I am down to Crypto TA. I appreciate you, Danny Lowe's. I appreciate you, but no. Mail, mail. Which what are we talking about, Mail? As far as the sale, I need to know that. I need to know that. Please don't nobody else come in here and say hi, bro. No, every time I see that, it's like, no, bro, do you hear my voice? Maybe I sound like a man. I don't know. I'm not a man. I am a woman. I'm a woman. I am down to Crypto TA. I am not the Coin King. This is his channel.
It's our channel.
He said it's our channel. My name ain't on it. It's just the King is all you hear. No King here. All right. Mel, you get back to me and stop laughing. It looked like it had a little back test right here. I was about to measure that out and see what this move is going to be. I might get back into this thing. Might be trying to give me another chance. Make sure I'm over on that. Still be this. So about 180 maybe. Let's slide this out because I don't have to put it there. It's almost flat. Not exactly flat, but almost flat. Look like I need to take it up a little bit. I'm gonna put it back. I'm not gonna get it perfect, but it looks like somewhere down here about 160 right here on. If this is gonna be a rejection, it's gonna continue to move here to the downside, then that's what it would be. Let's see. This hasn't absolutely this hasn't absolutely confirmed just yet, so could also fail. Could also fail. Head shoulders can fail. This is where you want to get cautious at on AMD. If you are short, if you just took that short from that back test, as you want to see this do this, complete the move below the zero line, and right now it's not doing that. It's at it. So usually when you see it walking the zero line like that, it's some sort of explosive move takes place, and it'll probably catch you off guard. So make sure you have yourself protected. That's what happens. You walk the line like that, you're looking for some sort of an explosive move to take place when you're walking the line. It's about one of the only times you really walk the line. Like MACD is walking, I mean, the Delta's walking that line right here. But when they're both together like that, it's something explosive. It's another squeeze. It's a squeeze off of the MACD. So make sure you do, again, protect yourself. But if it drops, then, you're good. I will look for it to finish out down here around 180. Another possible little head and shoulder right here. At least you can see the head and shoulders right here. Thank you, Mel. Thank you. Oh, let me see. Buyers are hitting the wall right here. Yeah, buyers are hitting the wall right there. But it looks like you might have another little head and shoulders in here. But I'd still be protective here on AMD. I did post on Microsoft. It's looking at it from a higher time frame too. And put it on the weekly. You got this. Okay, so first of all, I mean, you can see the FEG right here, but here on the monthly time frame, see that gap right here? See the gap? And you already saw the double top formation, so this could be looking to fulfill that. It's already had a back test of that neckline in here, right here, came up, back tested the neckline in here. You could get a continuation down here back towards this gap, potentially even the you can see this channel formation in here from where you tap the top in here of this channel formation in here. Could even go as much as to do that. Right now, I would just be looking for this gap to get filled in here if this was an actual rejection right here. Right now, it does look like it was a rejection off of this double top formation in here. And it just kind of, it makes sense. You tie it all together. It just makes a lot of sense. I think I tried looking at VWAP on this one. I mean, Microsoft is, let's see, let's just do it here. I like to look at it from the start. Yeah, the start probably ain't hitting. It ain't hitting. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I'm not gonna be able to use it. I'm not gonna be able to work with that. No, I can't do that. So let's just go back a year instead. Let me, I can leave it like that. Okay, so we push back 1 year, that's VWAP. All right, so it's a lot tying into this. It's a lot tying into the fact that, with all the confluence right here, you have VWAP. Did I already have this in here at one point? No, I did not. I just wanted to make sure I didn't. And turn all this other stuff off now. Yeah, VWAP, the big gap in here, the measure move from the double top. That's what I'll be looking for here on Microsoft. That is exactly what I would be looking for here for Microsoft. At least coming back to do at least minimum doing this right here. Max, I don't think it overshoots upon on this right here. I'm gonna look at it with the Bollinger as well because it tells a nice story. I hide that for now. Let's just hide the. I'll keep that in here. Oh, that squeeze. Dang, that was perfect. Whoever caught that. I mean, if you caught it from the top, I mean, you're a boss. You're a boss if you caught the channel rejection. You're a boss too, right in here. I mean, had a little squeeze in here. It could be more aggressive, and it's not. That's the only thing right now. Is that it could be more aggressive. It's not. So that's good. It does just imply that it is a correction and not something we'd be looking for to just fall off the radar. But nice squeeze at the neckline. I like that. So I do subscribe to this getting down here. Let me push out on the 3 month chart, just kind of see where harmony is at. So you have some pretty good harmony in through here. It's either gonna, so far what it has shown itself to do is to either bounce off of SD1, and if it did break it, it didn't do any more than the 20 SMA. Actually, it's above the 20 SMA, which is running parallel to the parallel channel. So that's more confluence that if it did overshoot past around about where we're looking at, let me see why that's not coming in. Yeah, where SD2 is at, if it does over if it overshoots the gap, then I would just again look down here towards the parallel channel, and then that'll be it. You might be able to just catch a big, nice, juicy loan back if it stays in here, continue to do what it's doing. Back into here, it's Microsoft. I do hear. I was trying to find something on this. They're getting ready to raise those subscriptions again. I don't think the market's gonna like that. It could be the first time, if ever, if it wants to. I mean, like you can see historically. Let's see. It has a look back at that 20. Hasn't tapped it again since back here in 2013. It has literally just stayed, and you've gotten your bounces somewhere around your SD1. It has literally just done that since 2013. That is just what I would continue to look for. It's what we're looking at with the VWAP, with the SD1, with the big gap on the monthly time frame to measure move for the double top formation. I don't option trade. Um, and I don't know why I just threw that in there because I know somebody could probably be listening and then they option trade. I don't option trade, but that could be the play right here for Microsoft. So I'm liking that. I'm liking that. I tell myself I'm gonna get into options, but it's a lot of risk. I don't know if I want to take that on. Market makers go up and they hit your strike just so you don't make as much money, and just kind of pin price down. So I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that, but that has been the history coming back at least to SD1 when it does get the breakdown, and this looks like it's that breakdown moment right here. So that looks in favor. I don't know what happened. Oh, this is 2000. It's the dot-com bubble. Oh, which takes me to Intel. So I'm gonna take a look at Intel in here too. But yep, that all makes sense right there. That's what I'll be looking at. That is what I would be watching for um, with Microsoft. Intel, I looked at Intel as well. I didn't really do a whole lot of mapping on Intel. I did talk about the fact that Intel, of course, is hitting. It hit the resistance in here, which you can look at it like this right here, which is where the wick rejected from. And this is just the Bollinger right here. That's just the Bollinger. And when you look at how the Bollingers are moving, they're kind of flat, which acts as resistance as well. It manages to push through. We talked about this type of situation with Ethereum, but it'll manage to push through, but then it doesn't manage to execute uh, beyond that point. But it is at some pretty good resistance in here. And then you look back in here, yeah, that was a dot-com bubble. So this is, they haven't managed to, not yet. I know a lot of people anticipate that it will um, get back to the all-time high in here from the dot-com bubble. As you can see, it hasn't. It's a long time. Like, imagine that, 15 years. Somebody was sitting here. Hold on, I said 15 years. What the hell am I talking about? 25? Heck no. Heck no. Waiting on Intel to get back to that? Nah. Nah, son. Nah, son. Not doing that. That's why I'm learning to use my stops even when I'm spot. I didn't do it with Circle, and I learned a valuable lesson. It was a habit thing. It wasn't a lesson because it was a habit thing. It was a habit thing. Um, not no more though. Not no more. I'm gonna get out of here. This takes forever, forever. But yeah, 25 years later, still hasn't taken that top from the dot-com bubble. And the only catalyst to it right now, I mean, it was pretty overextended. This one right here was another one that moved down to like the platinum pocket right here. So another one that did that. Yeah, that's what you're working with. So at resistance right now, I do think that this does reject back in here. Support would be somewhere down here. I don't want to say that. I mean, I know that, it's a little different right now. It's a little different right now, but somewhere, I don't know that this will stay like that. It's on the this is the monthly right here, so you can see what I do, and that way I don't have this staying on my chart, and I can just kind of see how price action is moving. So I just line it out like that. But you can see how it's not how it's positioned, how the Bollinger Band is flat. Like you can push through it when it's flat. You can push through it, but you're gonna reject. So all of that lined up right here for that rejection. the um, the lows in here, which is a pretty strong barrier of resistance. It managed to get that push above, and then you can see right here how it's back below it right now. It doesn't look like something that would expand. If it does, then great. Great for everybody who's been waiting 25 years. Congratulations. But it doesn't look like it doesn't look like an expansion to me. So I don't think that it falls to the floor like it used to do before either. Um, so you have this on a pushback down, that one, and then I would look at this one right here. It may not do this again, but definitely it probably would come back into about 33, maybe even 26 at the moment. That's my thoughts. That's my thoughts. This is done pretty well. The signals from this time frame have done really well. They've done their job. So let's see. And that's basically saying, it's getting rejected from standard deviation two. Like you're no longer closing outside of standard deviation two. That's what the signal is. You're no longer closing outside of standard deviation two. So you're not as aggressive anymore in whatever direction it is. You look for the move up, which is why it doesn't trigger anything in here. But I know if you're not just based on your behavior where you probably cap out at, you're not really interacting with this one at this point coming up. More so hitting this. Look for a bounce somewhere around that and somewhere around this if it starts to break down. But yeah, this doesn't look like something that's about to expand. I would look for that pullback, and then maybe if you want to say I saw someone else do this. I'm not interested in that. I don't like it. But the way that they were looking at it is, the assumption that this is what you're gonna get. Now, I don't know where their stop was at. I'm saying you can look here; it's gonna look funny as crap for some sort of a head and shoulder, inverse head and shoulder. It looks more text. It doesn't have to be textbook. It looks more textbook like this, and then they're under the assumption that at this point, you do come back up here to the .com bubble high right here. I saw someone do that. So I don't know. I know I wouldn't. I couldn't subscribe to that. I couldn't. I could probably subscribe to this. I could take their theory into account if it happens like that, comes back down towards. But that'll change. This is based on a monthly time frame. It has the potential to change, to shift. Doesn't mean it can't overshoot it. Can't drop below it. It can. Then maybe that's it. But definitely rejecting though. And if this was, let's just for the sake of saying, um, no one knows. I don't have a clue. This is a long time. Like I don't know where it would break out from. Even that doesn't really. Yeah, that doesn't even measure up to that. And I study a lot of stuff. I don't study time fib, so I'm not going to even try it. clear resistance. I wouldn't subscribe to this, saying it got the breakout above it. I just don't subscribe to that one. Subscribe to that one. Saying it rejected is behind right back below it. I subscribe to this one. I don't subscribe to the one where maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But that's that for Intel. Just saying. And then the other thing I looked at, which I haven't updated anything on this one. This is old. I had to push out to a 4. Um, no, maybe a daily. This was the last time I actually. Yeah, I haven't looked at this in a minute. I gazed at it yesterday and I was like, oh, technicals is still holding up on this one. So I gazed at it. This has already been missed. Probably could have. You know what's so sad about this? I'd actually bought it down there, and then I wrote it up, and I tried to be smart and sell to get back in, and it moved too quick on me to want to jump back into it. So yeah, this stuff is still holding up, so that's good. Maybe it rejects right here. Looks like a little head and shoulder right here too. Everything got a little head and shoulder probably. Maybe everything got a little head and shoulder. That's what it looks like. It looks like this might have played out though. Played out fully. I had to bet on it. I hate when it's all choppy and stuff like that. I'm gonna put this line right here though. Pre-market is up above it, so that's fine. Let me change that to a solid state. But let me do this. Too many wicks on it. I don't like when it has all the wicks. I have to try to review it differently when it has a bunch of wicks. I probably would have considered this as playing out. I'm gonna go from where it first broke down. Yeah, I would say that this already played out. It's already bounced off of the weekly level in here anyway. Some of my charts you're gonna see I don't do like the weekly levels. It just depends on how well the chart actually responds to stuff like that for me to do it. If I do it and then it just doesn't look like it adds up, then I won't. But this could just be this could be a back test of that. It looks like it played out though. Looks like it played out. Is there any news driven? All right, I guess it is news driven. Yeah. Whatever this robo taxi rollout in Dallas. So whatever. Okay. See if news driven pre-market it is up above this little point in here. Um, haven't done any actual updated research on it. Just so let's see if let me see. It doesn't look like it's gonna be a full reversal. So I don't bore you with the details. This was like one of the latest prints off of that. There's another one in here. It's like two more, but I'm not going to use them. I can see I wasn't using it before. I had to. Yeah, it's hidden resistance. It might do as good as to come back in here and fill this gap in right here, though. I can see that off of the weekly time frame. So perhaps that just the rest of the gap. Yeah. It doesn't look like it's a full reversal though. That's what I'm saying. That it might come back into here and then come back down. I don't care what this analyst said. They're talking about 10 years later. I'm talking about today. Mel, I'm still on X. You know what? I sent you a message back and I had not been, I'm still on X. I hadn't seen the message update system or any of that. So that's why I missed your message. They updated it and I guess it wasn't showing me any new active messages or anything like that for a little bit. But when I got it, I messaged you back. You ignored me. You always want to shift the blame. But you ignored me. So yeah, this is what we got here on Uber. I'm gonna take a look back over at the crypto space. I don't think that there was really anything else in here. Sound, I think yesterday I was looking at it. It had got the bounce off of the level in here too. When I was looking at it, and who else was there? That looking at cards. I don't think I mapped out anything. Yeah, I didn't actually map anything out. QQQs, which basically looks a lot like it looks like SPX, MasterCard, not MasterCard, I'm not saying that, MicroStrategy. Yes, it's basically the same from yesterday. I put it on 16 so we can see it is starting to get a little bit of a rejection in here after getting the bounce off in the support level in here. It could continue to get support off from in here, so I would just be a little bit cautious with that. I mean, you can play this move to the downside. Great, you can do that. But yeah, it's still in weakness. It is still in weakness. But actually, let me just do this right here just in case, and then see what that support might come on. Might it's nice. Booyah. Booyah. That extra little wick. Look like support came from here. Should let me. going to be late. It could hold support in here again. That's all I'm saying about that. Home Depot, I did put a post out on Home Depot that it potentially has like a head and shoulder formation in here. I know I mentioned Home Depot yesterday, and I was like, some money was going into Home Depot, or some unusual activity was happening over here on Home Depot. But upon my own examination, it does have like a little range in here, and you can play the range as well. Let's see, I think I did this from my lines ain't lining. Hold on, why my line ain't lining? Might not be lining up back here either. But it made sense. It made sense to me that if it is a head and shoulder formation right here, like it's across the board. If that is the case, here for Home Depot, the measured move, because this is pretty flat. Like I said, it's range bound right here, a lower high right there. The breakdown would send it back down here towards this trend line right here. So that's all I'm saying. A little caution on Home Depot if you're in Home Depot. A little caution in here. Still kind of wrestling with this ascending trend line in here, but this looks like it's possibly a head and shoulder formation, and it would break down and come back down here towards this line, which is its macro trend line here, macro trend line. For now. And see if there was anything else. I already looked at chime. AVGO. I looked at this one. I said I was going to get back to you on this AVGO. You can see I parallel parked that thing right here. It actually does touch. It doesn't look like it from this point, but everything is kind of touching. It has a bit of a gap in here too, but no foul on Broadcom. AVG is a good one, so it's far from, as far as I can tell, from any. I mean, it'll be something that gets talked about. I'm from crypto, so a move like that seems like peanuts to us crypto people. If anything, maybe into this gap in here. If this is going to be the rejection zone in here at the top side of this channel in here, then I'll be looking for some sort of a move down here into this gap, which I took from, where did I take you from? The daily. Took it from the daily and just the remainder of what had not been filled in here on this gap. That would be the thing. So just back here into this ascending trend line in here, this gap. That's what I would be looking for here. You can't tell how it's touching. I did it based on something else. It was anyway. It's based on something else, so you can't tell what that connection is. But that's what I would be looking for here on Broadcom on AVGO. Again, if it is respecting the top of this channel and not going to break out that rejection, I'll be looking for it to fill in all the way down here. So I'm going to jump back over to the crypto space as it is 8 o'clock, and we're still not doing anything. That's all I got to say. We're still not doing anything. If we were, I would have been giving it more of my time, but we're not. This is the level that I'm saying that we want to hold. By all means, it's going to be this one right here. Um, Everything is still the same in here in terms of long max pain. Nothing changed there. We're a little closer to it, $926 away from it now, which is 90,244, which is close to where we're saying, hey, want to hold here. It's also close to our measured move in here that comes from the ascending formation that we had in here yesterday, that we were looking for it to break down. We were squeezing in here, which is why I plotted this in here for stream today, and we got the breakdown from that, looking for that follow through. That's it. If we don't manage to hold in here, then I would start to look down here towards the golden pocket to fill in the inefficiency. So that is what I'm looking at here for Bitcoin. Measured move, which adds up with where long max pain is. Don't hold here, then I look for the inefficiency to get filled in, come down here to the golden pocket. So that is where we're at with that situation. Over here with Ethereum was the same situation. Had a bit of a squeeze in here. We got the breakdown. Looks like we've already done a back test. We're still holding. Yesterday's bounce came here from the golden pocket and not what I was looking at yesterday, which was saying see if we can hold here yesterday. But let me make sure I do that right. See if we can hold here, but it did not. It ran clean through that, and came into the golden pocket instead. So that was that situation there. What I'm saying today is we have our other trend line in here. It could bounce from here. I don't expect for it to respect this golden pocket again. I don't. Maybe it does. I don't. This low right here is also just the low of our range as well. So if we take a look at our range, this is just the low of our range in here that we were watching for in here. But if we do start to lose our range, unfortunately, I have to look back at this other range in here. That's just what I do. Our range to range is what I do now. It doesn't have to do that because we do have the golden pocket in here. So it doesn't actually have to tap into this, but it will be the same situation again as we're seeing with Bitcoin. This golden pocket in here, fill in some of this inefficiency in here. Golden pocket 786, fill in some of this inefficiency in here. And the long max pain it does put it back, actually not down there, it puts it, well, actually we would break this at this point because we've been chopping. It's 3,088. So initially if we just kept coming down on this one, then that would have been perfect for the max pain on the longs. But maybe it does choose to hold up at this golden pocket again. If it doesn't, like I said, the inefficiency would be the thing that I would be looking at. Price coming in and filling some of this inefficiency down here, which puts us back again. Like I said, see, we fill in this inefficiency completely. We're looking at about 28 here, and just kind of front running our level in here is what it would be. But I put this back on the table. So you can see that. You can see that. Push up. You can see that. All right. And then for Solana, same thing in here. This is based on Solana being in a potential head and shoulder formation. That's what that's based on. Potential head and shoulder. That's what you're looking at when you see this right here. When we came back up, we got a little back test and rejection from this line right here. So from this connection is where we came back up. We got a back test here. But potentially head and shoulder formation measure move brings it down here into the golden pocket 786, which also fills in the inefficiency in here for Solana. Now, okay, so we also got the little bounce from this right here again. Okay, let me push forward, push forward. I don't really have anything mapped out over here. I think this is what we were looking at right here, and I want to get as many. Yeah, that was what we were looking at right here. I want to get as many touches as possible. I need to make sure that this was it. If I'm getting all the touches, if I'm getting as many touches as possible here, then that was it. So we don't want to lose that, and that head and shoulder, potential head and shoulder formation does bring it down to fill in this inefficiency right here. So that could just be what happens here. We'll turn on the EMAs in here and make sure, yeah, that was what we were looking at. That is what we were looking at to a T. So where we're seeing that current reaction from, if it's losing that and we're fulfilling the measure move for the potential head and shoulders formation, it would just fill in this gap down here. It would fill it in. So I wouldn't be looking for. I mean, you can still look at that if you want to take chances there. You can still look at that. Um, Look at the tell you what, let me put this on this floor like this, and let me do this. And that would be the center. So you would have a number if you're looking for it to not fill in the inefficiency completely, which is the measure move. How about that? That is the measure move, filling in the inefficiency. If you were looking for it to do more than for a fair value gap bounce, you really want to look at the midpoint. You don't want it to be superseding. If it's superseding that, then chances are that it comes lower, from my experience with doing fair value gaps. And I mean, we're in the gap right now. That's how that would go. You'd be looking at 123, which is 133, which is too close to the golden pocket for me. And again, the inefficiency. I mean, that looks perfect. That looks perfect. So I would lean heavier towards here for not gonna hold what we're looking at in here, which is these lows in here. These lows. So you can consider it. You got the number. It's too close. It's too close to that. I'll leave this. I will leave this. I will also sink in. And this was just going for the most touches. Let's just sink it in to the layout. Taking it back to the old school. Some old schools. So just want to see how I was doing that. Excuse me. I'll put this back on our 15-minute. Oh Lord, that's not straight. I'm just gonna hide that one because it starts to look a little bit confusing. I'm still seeing that. So that's the situation here on Solana. And yeah, just taking a look back over here at Zcash again. Nice little bottom and tail right here. Looking to see if we can't get this measure move up here into these lows in here, which, it's looking pretty good in here for Zcash, assuming that this is an inverse head and shoulder formation in here on ZEC. Assuming this is an inverse head and shoulder. That would be the measured move. Would it have resistance through here? Yes, absolutely. In fact, it was hitting some resistance right here, and we know that because it is the 200 EMA. So 200 EMA, but these are pulling together. So squeeze, 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 and it takes it into the 400 up in here. So 400, you do still have this neckline in here. So any place that there's some resistance at to be countered, you want to make sure you pay attention to that as well. But so far, so good. MACD looking pretty decent here on the 15-minute time frame as well. Still in this long, currently up 131% here on Zcash and Zcash, which is the P&L is way bigger because I've taken profit off of this thing three times out of fear that it's not going to work. That for some reason the bears are going to come in and they're going to flush it. Like for some reason, I'm just like, they still want to sell. We didn't hit this, but we hit the VWAP, the lifespan VWAP for Zcash. That was it. That was the word on the street. That was the word on the street when we talked about it. Watch that. Smack that all on the floor. That was the word on the street. Monthly SV2. Volume of price cluster. 1 year VWAP. 1 year VWAP. That took us back too far. So it's the 1 year VWAP. And then where Zcash first met resistance against Bitcoin. So that was it. That was it. VWAP. 786. All that goodness. All that goodness. So resistance. We know we're challenging resistance. We could chop here for a while, which is why, like I said, I took profit like 3 times because I'm scared that maybe it's not over. Maybe it's not over. I want a larger bounce out of it, but it is hitting resistance. It's hitting resistance, just like everything else. Hitting resistance. Started favoring the 1 hour, which we swung back up. There's a chance we could lose this again. I'm gonna move it, even though you don't necessarily have to. You can catch that early. I mean, we already know resistance. If it's gonna fail, it's gonna fail right here. Yeah. That part. At worst, again, I would be looking for a back test on here. At worst, continuation down here. I would be looking for a back test of where we got to break out from and look for that to hold. You can extend yours out. I did it based on the line bias. Is how I drew that in based on the line bias. I like to move it, but Price action and everything agreed there. But I'm just gonna move it so I can see where it actually fulfills it. We kept struggling right here beforehand too because of what's in here. You can see the struggle beforehand. Maybe we flipped it into support. But it's still no, it's still a struggle. Still a struggle here for Zcash. Let's go ahead and run through. I don't think anything really changed on any of this in here. I'm not going to do too much. Just looking here. It's from yesterday. Watching this little trend line right here. Um, was this from yesterday? No, this wasn't from yesterday because we did that right there yesterday. Everything was at resistance, so you can look for it to break this. I mean, essentially, you're too late to want to short or anything like that. That was all yesterday when we could see that it was hitting resistance, and we could see that from, let me see, which time frame were we working with yesterday? Still has room to come up here and tap this trend line in here if it wants to do that. If it holds here, you can look for a bounce here or a break and reclaim, but you're too late to want to do any sort of a short. I think it was on the daily time frame. Let's take a look. Yeah, it was the daily time frame yesterday as we were looking at it, and we could see that we were hitting resistance in here. All right, so 26 EMA, like I said, it doesn't look to me like it's something that's prepared to reverse per se. Like, I mean, we getting the bounce for sure, but just amount of resistance. So you can put on your EMAs and you can look for price action to break that. If it starts to close above your 5, then maybe you have a little bit more strength in it and be looking forward to come back up, possibly just back into that 26 and reject from there, or maybe it even just taps into the trend line in here. That's about it. Why is this here? Oh, from the lower time frame. From the lower time frame. But yeah, definitely resistance. So if it manages to get here on this trend line, even if it breaks over it, you want to see it reclaim and start to chop a little bit, because it would need to chop, in my opinion. It doesn't need to chop. It's likely that it could chop, kind of round out like that, and then overpower the 5 EMA here, something like that. Or if it's chopping, you just take your chances on the line. If it's chopping the trend line, if it starts to hold the trend line like that, then yeah, just take your chances on the trend line. Otherwise, they take the liquidity and then they reclaim it, and then you look for your move up here to that. For XRPZ, as far as your levels go, when we looked at it, man, you're not near any of that right now. You're not near any of that right now. Yesterday when we were looking at it, it was right here. It was sitting on the 213 yesterday when we were looking at it. Was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday when we was looking at it, it was sitting on the 213, and we were talking about the fact that everything was at resistance. So be looking for the moves down, with the exception of Zcash. Let's see. Um, Let me just take a look over here real quick. XRP against Bitcoin. Not doing terrible. Not doing terrible. ETH continuing to be a little bit of a monster. BNB is doing pretty good. I take a look at that. And of course, you can see how Zcash is performing. It's doing its own thing again. Monero. Monero. All right. Let's move forward here. I don't really want to get into Crow. Sorry. Not sorry. Not doing Crow. Um, I think it was the daily for most of the stuff in here, where we could tell that we were camping around some resistance in here. I don't know why this looks like this. It's probably from the 15-minute or something like that, which needs to be adjusted. Okay, right now looking to hold a little bit of support in here. Now this one right here I do like, because on the daily time frame it changed market structure. So this is very, very, very important over here. So we had a double bottom formation, looking for it to fulfill this range up here towards the 195 in here. Looks good. Now we do have the catalyst where we could chop in here. We don't want to mess this up. If we do, we did talk about the fact that we could look back down here at the fair value gap on this one, as opposed to some of the other stuff which would have been a little bit lower. could look back at this coming to here and holding the fair value gap and then continuing up and keeping this market structure. So this is a little change of character in here, change of behavior. Let me just put it like that. I'm gonna go change of behavior instead. Instead of saying market structure change, because we really don't have that. We don't have that. We have a higher high right here from this. So this, I said I didn't want to see it come back inside of this if we're measuring this out like a double bottom. I didn't want to see it close back in here. Now you can wick in here. I really don't want to see it close in here. So if we can hold here, that'd be great. But if it fails, again, same information from yesterday. If it fails, I would start to look down here at the fair value gap. And this wasn't from this time frame right here, because the gap would be in here. What did I do? 4-hour fair value gap. Sorry, 4-hour fair value gap. 4-hour fair value gap. So this must have been something that I was trying to channel out. I didn't like something about this yesterday. The reason why I did that. There was something in here I didn't like yesterday, and that's why that line was looking like that. Okay. So if you don't work with, if you don't like using moving averages, trend line, there you have it. If you don't like using that, so hopefully that works and it'll hold that. I really don't want to, like I said, I don't want to see it close. It can, and without violating anything, it can still do that. I'm treating it like it's a like a mother bar, and it's not. It's not what that is. So yeah, I definitely would not be trying to long from here. I wouldn't. You're sandwiched under resistance. I wouldn't try to long it from that. Let it break above it if you're going to do any such thing. Otherwise, you're wasting your time. Just let it break above it if it's going to do it. If it's going to do it, just I don't. Yeah, don't try to. Support and resistance is too close together right now. One of them is going to break. It's too close together. But beautiful here. That's absolutely gorgeous. I like that for Suey. Just want to see that follow through if we can get it. Yeah, 195. BNB, which seems to be performing pretty good against we drew this out saying if it comes down, we want to see it hold here. So we want to see, we don't want to see it come below this right here. We want to see it come below this, and then so probably just want to go with the top line instead. I gave it an area as opposed to how I was doing everything else, but resistance at the 200 EMA. I just want to maintain this, to be honest with you. Otherwise, you see it rolling over more. Just give it time. Give it time to do its thing before attempting. I mean, if you're short, you're great. You're short. You got short yesterday. Good. But if you're looking to long, this, give it time. Give it time. Don't jump on it just because it comes down into here. Make sure you can see the momentum changing some kind of way. Make sure you can see the momentum changing. Not mumble jumble in here. Either gets above this resistance in here, or it comes down here, tries to find support, chops around a little bit, and then reassess the situation. But still too close to resistance. Still too close to resistance. Yeah. Oof. If it falls, it can be this. It can be I don't think that we're done just yet with our downside moves. This is just all about getting the corrective bounce, and not necessarily meaning that we're done with the selling pressure overall. 877, $877.47. That's long max paying, about $14.83 off from that right now. That's back in this zone right here. That's back inside of this. Um, this has to be from yesterday. That's why it looks weird. I had to zoom out. Yeah, that was from yesterday. Um, which it eventually did break down below it. We were looking for the breakdown from here yesterday. That was the last time it bounced away from it, and then the breakdown is what we were looking for. Saying maybe it comes back in here and back tests down here on this trend line right here, but it looks like it really needs to hold somewhere around where it is right now. Without doing so, then here it is. What we're looking at here on EDA. Um, 42 156. So it's only, less than a penny away from hitting max pain, long max pain in here. On the I don't subscribe to this being a shoulder. I don't. Nah. I can get rid of this line now, though, and just make the focus about this one right here. Potentially coming back in here and back testing this, but it's so. Let's be real. Let's just draw that fib if I didn't do that already. See if I want to take this all the way from the low. I'm just going to take it all the way from the low. I could throw the 50 in here. Because that would, let's see what the 50 is. It's at 41.33. We'll move this just so I can see. Yeah, that would be golden pocket if it is. If the reaction happens from this pivot, it would be the same thing as that. So we've already established that, so we can leave it like this. Maybe maybe a 50% bounce right here, which would be golden pocket if you're pulling it from this low right here up to the high. Otherwise, let's see what this is about. Okay, that's monthly. That's monthly. That's monthly. Yeah, I kind of subscribe to that, but kind of subscribe to that. Let me see. Just trying to see if I could look at this like a head and shoulders. No, I just don't feel like something's wrong with that shoulder over there. I mean, that's basically what I'd be looking at. Probably coming back down into here. I mean, we're at the lows of the range anyway. If we're doing that, if we're doing that. Let me see what will work better. I did this something right here. Yeah, that wick is right there, girl. Let's see. She's looking kind of funny. That's not happening anymore. You holding this? Are you holding this right now? Yes, you are holding that right now. Mm-hmm. Holding that right now, everybody. We can all see that together. I mean, I'm gonna take this away. It's broken above this. Yeah, remove it. Remove it. I was looking at that as possible, but I mean, it's right here. Like it's gonna hit a fifth level first, right? Fifth level would be more interesting. Follow through from here, failure to hold in here. Then we start to look at fulfilling our fair value, our inefficiency, fulfilling the inefficiency in here. See how we mastered that together. Together, I see Bitcoin breaking on down. Breaking on down. It's at 90,683 right now. Bitcoin. So we're getting closer to coming into our range. Getting closer to coming into our range. Um, so yeah, that's what Ada's holding right now. But no actual follow through here. If it wanted to follow through right now, it would be off of this one. If it was going to come up, it would need to break above this. If it's not doing that, then I mean we're in relative weakness right now. Relative weakness. So if it's not doing that, then it's not going to hold here. Time for that. This looks pretty decent in here. We'll see what happens with it. Failure to hold here, then again start to look down here. With failure to hold here, start to look down here. Can happen. Maybe just waiting on market to open. Bitcoin, you can see it was pushing a little bit closer into here. A little bit of a reaction right there. That was, hold on, let me see something. And again, it doesn't have to come to this. Let me just say that it doesn't have to come to this. That actually just gives confluence to that measured move, but we don't want it to be, trading below here. That's the main idea, is that we don't want it to be trading below here. EMAs will hold as support at times. Sometimes they don't, and price runs through them. So just always try to have another, some sort of a support and resistance level that is in a line with the moving average, close enough to it, something like that for the overshoot. Okay, I'm gonna go back to ADA. Or at least back to this page, because that was basically it for ADA. Looking at actually, let me just see what's actually happening over here. Okay. Yeah, so that made sense when I was just saying down there on the RSI, or even just right here, it would have to come back up above here. That's the 400 right here. So that's about as high as I go with it. 400 on the EMAs. I used to do a 1,000 after 4. I don't do that one anymore. It's good for like lower time frame perspective though. If you were like on a 5 or 1 minute time frame, a 1,000 would be good for you. Phew. Hmm. At the end of the day, just price action is king. What we said, don't hold this line right here. Just start to look at the inefficiency first, or this 50% retracement, which would cover you on the golden pocket if you drew it from that pivot that was down there, or just coming down here. And it's slightly below our weekly level in here. Hype already back in the golden pocket. How about that? Um, Dang, were we looking at this yesterday? And if it didn't hold that, then golden pocket. I think so. I think so. Yeah. Because that's from here to here. Um, Let me get rid of this because it did go over that, and um, jeez, jeez. We're looking a lot better than this yesterday. Let's see, daily. Just like everything else, we knew that. We knew this 26 was just hammering everything yesterday. Um, and yeah, we were looking to see if we couldn't hold in here. That's what it was. I did put this here saying, hey, if we can hold that, we can hold that. And then plotted the golden pocket 786. Ooh. This could be a continuation down, guys. It could. It's the second time we flatline here at the zero line here on the daily time frame. Second time we flatline here. You see how the last time we flatlined? This would be good once you can see how it's not RSI momentum isn't able to shoot above your mean. The 50 momentum is failing to shoot above the mean in here. Um, it's the same thing over here as well. Where momentum is kind of fading too fast. it needs to hold here. And if it doesn't, then there is a chance that, looking at this, just depends on how accelerated it becomes. We know already that every little move we get over here is just temporary, because we're not managing to cross up. It's usually just a correction anytime, a temporary relief bounce anytime the MACD is below the zero line, as opposed to over here you get temporary pullbacks because it remains above the zero line. That's how that goes until it actually loses it altogether. So you never know really when this is gonna fulfill. But you can look for divergences and stuff like that big dip right there would have been something to pay attention to, because MACD a lot of times won't give you a div when RSI will give you the div. So that RSI bear div that time confirmed when we got this slope in here. That time it actually did confirm, but that's why risk management is important. It can be right with the technicals, and then it still do something different. Yeah, that was important right there. That golden pocket was important. So losing that golden pocket, it has to reclaim this golden pocket. Losing this golden pocket is kind of hurtful. Let's see. Let me just push through, just kind of see. Yeah. Damn. Just trying to find something, anything. See nothing. $20 SMA rejection as well here on this daily. $20 SMA rejection. Yeah, $20 SMA rejection repeated. Yes, once you see a mean reversion, because nothing is getting a mean reversion, that means it just keeps, you get the little bounce and you keep coming down until you see a mean reversion. Nothing's getting a mean reversion. No mean reversion here on the RSI, which means above 50. No mean reversion in here right now on the MACD. Is down here at -7.6. No mean reversion here, not crossing above the 20 SMA. No mean reversion. And I don't see anything in here that's giving me. Look at the Bollinger, but nothing's really giving me any potential for a. Other than to look back down here, maybe if it comes in, doesn't hold the 786, then all we have to do is to look down here at this point right here and say, hey, can you hold me up one more time? Can you give me another loan? I'll pay you back. Yeah, down here, front me one more time, man. Front me one more time. Otherwise, our little range we got down here, a little range we got going on in here. A little range. Possible expansion. Possible. It wasn't squeezing in here, but still possible expansion. It might have been squeezing over here or something. Yeah, you're riding. Yeah. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. play around with, like, I want to play around with that one. Cool off, start to chop a little bit. Till then, leave it alone. There's probably a head and shoulders right there too. I can see it now. I can see the head and shoulders now. A lot of stuff just in hindsight. Just see what a measured move would be at on this real quick. If it fulfills anything like that, let's do it like that. And let it do its thing. I don't want to subscribe to this. I mean, you can put on your BB. It probably just tapped 3 down, 3 down. Not yet. That's a little bit too much if it's doing something like that. So if it does come into the 786 bounce, some sort of a reaction will happen right there. Oh, take that off. Yeah, if it does hit this, I'll likely see a reaction right here. That could be a good entry for a quick scalp, and then, ain't too much to look for on it. So that's that. That means Bitcoin must be rolling over here. It is. It is. We're at our tap level right here. So we fulfilled our measured move from this over here finally now. That was our level. We wanted to see us manage to maintain that level right there. Ooh, do I want to play around with this? Let me see. I don't subscribe. I'm not gonna play with Bitcoin right now. I was thinking about taking a scalp right there. I'm gonna leave it alone. I don't like the 4 hour. I don't like the 4 hour. I still have a long position already open, but I was enticed to do that right there. No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I don't like that right now. No, I wanted to. Ooh. That's some bullish divergence. That's some bullish divergence. Potential bullish divergence. It has to confirm. So far that yeah, that's a bull div. It's a bull div into our key level. Uh, I still don't like this 4 hour. So I'm not gonna mess with it. I don't like the 4 hour. I can see the macro, and I don't like the 4. I don't want to take a scalp on it. Even the scalp, I don't want to do it. Even the scalp, I just don't like the 4. I don't like this. I don't like the 4. This is where we broke down. I mean, we saw it in price action, but on the 4 hour and the RSI, you can see where we broke down here. Little head and shoulder or rising formation that we had that confirmed the breakdown there. It would have to be up above. I don't like this 4 hour. just don't like the 4 hour, even though it's getting a little reaction right here. 4 hour looks trashy. It looks trashy. I'm not saying I'm right, and it can't try to bounce from here. I just don't like the 4 hour. There's no stability to the 4 hour right now, as far as I can tell. So what I already have open, it doesn't. I'm not enticed to play with it again and risk capital. I'm just not feeling it. But that's nice. Nice little reaction there. Mm. Um, Hype trying to stall out as Bitcoin is trying to stall out. We hit our point here as well for Ethereum. For Solana. Now, if it fulfills the head and shoulder, then we know we'd be looking lower. But we got our little bounce that we were looking for in here. For that little reaction in here on that for Ethereum, we basically just said back down here. I think that's what we just chopped it up to the trend line in here, and maybe we just chopped it up to the trend line and then looking at the low of our range in here and saying if we lose this, then look for the inefficiency to get filled. I think that's what I said. I think that is what I said. Yeah, I think that's what I said. 3,042. Can you at least hold? Yeah, holding this 5 EMA, holding the 5 EMA, and then the 10 right there at 30.42. Yeah. Okay, it's 9 o'clock now. Market's gonna open here in 30 minutes. Yeah, I don't like the 4 hours. Congratulations to anybody who did decide they wanted to scalp that. Just ain't gonna do for me. Just ain't gonna do for me. Max Payne, that was taken care of as well. For that, so we have a new Max Payne now for loans on on Bitcoin. Coin Glass is free to just kind of look at this, see where you might see some sort of a reaction from too. Pop us back over here on this. So if you're here and if you go on Coin Glass and you go to liquidation, you see this thing right here that reads liquidation max pain. You can use that. They have the other liquidations in here, all which are fine. I just happen to find myself actually liking this one right here, which I like looking at max pain and also looking at open interest, strike prices and things like that. I've really grown fond of looking at those things. So um, that is all you would do to get to this coin glass liquidation max pain. So we took out that liquidity that was there um, for Bitcoin around that 90,000 to whatever it was, which is where we're seeing our reaction along with the little level down in there. But like I said, I'm just really not feeling the I'm not feeling the 4 hour time frame. I think the 4 hour time frame looks quite bearish. I looked at it on Bitcoin. I looked at it on Ethereum. I also looked at it on Solana. I don't like either one of those 4 hour time frames. There's no consistency there for me to just really like the chart enough to right now, given that we're getting the pullback, for me to want to do it. I'm okay with reading the technicals on it, but I'm not okay with you know taking the risk right now based on the additional data. But now long max pain has switched up now 89,607. We're about $976 away from that at the moment here on Bitcoin. You can see Ethereum also hit its max pain level, which is around where we're seeing the bounce reaction from right now on that wide trend line is. So 37. All of that worked out pretty good to the long side, right? I mean, to the short side. So the shorts 92, 985 in here. Uh, Before I take us off of that chart, let me see. So I suppose if with any luck, it's like $2,400 away from hitting that. That would put it up here around this golden pocket. Yeah, we put it around this golden pocket right here for the short max pain because it read what 92, 985. It would put it somewhere between golden pocket 786, which I mean technically it makes sense if it did bounce from here and it came back up to do that right there. It would be a lower high. It would be a lower high if it didn't get past that point. Well, like I said, lose this. We're looking for that inefficiency field down here to this golden pocket that's sitting a little bit lower. I can't say that this is a low right now. It is a reaction point where we didn't want to see it lose down through here. So I'm just going to turn off, take that away until it actually confirms some sort of a break in here. See, we chop in here, it'd be better if we chop in here. Otherwise, it just looked like it would continue. Unless some God candle comes out of here somewhere, it'll chop this 5 for a minute before it actually able to. Might even manage to get here to 10, but it's going to chop through here. At least it shows that it likes the level enough to try to hold it here. PC feels like it's trying to slow down a little bit. Link is still one of the better looking charts in my opinion, and I know right now that I don't have you on there. I know a lot of times I start talking and then I don't have you on the chart. I actually realize I don't have you on it right now intentionally, but Link still continues to be one of the better looking charts right now. Just wanted to throw that out there as I jump back over here, just kind of take a look and see what hype was doing at this point. Okay, let's see. I didn't like the bullish divergence. I'm not convinced. Yeah, let's slow down now. Just not convinced. 200. At the freaking back test, let me check. For the 400. It don't look like this. It doesn't look like this. This isn't what you got. You got rejecting and breaking below, not rejecting and breaking above. Or not flipping into support. I'm sorry, not flipping into support. Breaking above and flipping into support, you got rejecting. Over time, like I said, if it chills in here over time, then you might have something. I would let it. I would let it chop and prove itself that it wants to hold this level in here. Um, I would give it time to let it chop. I wouldn't be gung ho. I mean, if you're scalping, I guess you're in a position to take the risk on the scalp, then you did good. But I would give it some time. I would. That's what I said yesterday too. Like yesterday when we were looking at the Bollinger breakdown, you know, what I said to you initially was the most it would probably do at that given point was we had a trend line drawn through here. Um, I think I drew it across this right here, but I said if it push up, it'll probably do the 20 SMA, and then hold on, where were we at? Yeah, if it pushes up, it'll probably do the 20 SMA because we started an acceleration where you drop outside the standard deviation 2 and close outside of it. That's usually a continuation signal. We didn't have, like, it wasn't aggressive in here, so I said it could be corrective at best because it didn't look aggressive. It wasn't some sort of V shape out. Like this got a V shape. And you can tell from the candle too how aggressive that candle was. So this did balloon out over here. This didn't balloon out when we got this drop. It didn't balloon out. That did. This is an aggressive move to the downside, which probably, let's see, I can tell that this hit standard deviation 3. It bounced away. 3, which was overkill. That was overkill right there. 3 bounce, 3 bounce, 3 bounce, 3 bounce. I don't subscribe to it when you first have a squeeze and you break down. When you first have a squeeze and you break out, I don't really pay attention to the initial breakdown from the squeeze. It's after the initial breakdown that I start to pay more attention. If it comes back in here and then it rolls over again, then yeah, I start to pay more attention to it. But I don't know why I got this one. It's the only one I have set for 2 thickness. But when it first happens, I don't really pay a lot of attention because that's how you get caught up and get wrecked when it initially happens, especially when both of these expand outwards. Don't really mess with it like that. And again, right now, sure, maybe back into here right now for starters. Um, maybe it does something like that. I'm gonna turn this last one back off. So yeah, I mean, you can already see the trend line that runs parallel with that too. So that alone tells you that that probably is what you could do right now. Come back into this trend line, reject. Then if you hold the lower, like I said, if it dances through here, then cool. Otherwise, just gonna say I don't like that. I don't like the 4 hour. You can pretty much bet if you go back to your altcoins, your 20, if you know, for some reason it's probably going to line up with whatever trend line you drop, and you know you're going to need to be breaking that to the upside um, for an extended move. You need to be breaking that. Hype still coming down. Sometimes your altcoins can be a leading indication as well into what you got going on. So this, of course, you can see this. Even if you're just using EMAs, I like to use EMAs. I like to use the Bollinger Bands. They're cousins. They're cousins. I like my cousins. So I don't like my cousins like that. You know, some people do. So that's fine. But you see the spread, this gap, like this spread between them until one of these probably crosses above here. Would I subscribe to it? Probably. But two gapped, two gapped right now. At least these two are the most important ones. Two gapped right now. So, you come back here. Like I said, that you probably be able to catch a bounce from this right here, from the 786. That that you probably would be able to catch a bounce off of that. I wish it was turning like this. I like that a little bit better. But I'll just say this just ramsack through here. Why I would. I'd do that. I would do that. That's usually uncommon. This is usually uncommon. But I don't usually play with I don't usually use it. But it's uncommon unless you just got the expansion, then it's common. That's why I said when you first have a voluntary expansion, you can forget about it. Everything is, the first one, forget about it. The second one, okay, maybe we're doing something different, especially if we're coming into standard deviation 3. But the first one, don't even. Mm-mm. That's still rolling. That's still rolling over. Bitcoin rejection. You see a little wick. Let it dance. I'm gonna get out of here. It is Friday. Less liquidity than even yesterday. Thursday and Friday is not always the best. It's part of Wall Street now, so you just have to accept it. You just have to accept it as a part of Wall Street now. That's like I said. If it doesn't dance in here and hold this, I mean, I'm more enticed if it dances here. If it doesn't dance here and hold here, then they want to fill in that inefficiency. Then they'll bring it down here towards the golden pocket, probably even 786. But it's Friday. It's Friday. VIX, because I did not I did not jump us over here to take a look at VIX. I could see that the VIX was. I mean, we covered SPX, Nasdaq 500. QQQ really looks a lot like it. You see this right here. So this is what I've been watching right here. So the initially I was watching this one right here yesterday. You know, for VIX bounce and the wreckage, the carnage from yesterday, and then today, we had the one that's going directly down through here to look at, which also with the pivot in here on the VIX, and that is where we held up in here off the VIX. I'm sorry I didn't do this earlier, but market had not come even close to being open, so it really didn't make a difference other than pre-market activity and whatnot. See the VIX is pulling back a little bit in here underneath this, which I gotta update this too. The day is just getting started, and I'm working off of a lower time frame, which is why I have to update it. Otherwise, just trying to see what we probably range in between for the day is what I keep looking at here when it comes to the VIX outside of the technical analysis, which is just trend line stuff in here. So we'll see if the VIX comes back down here, and again, that's based off of this to here. And you can see the respect on the white line right here. The white line right here showing respect. So if the VIX comes back and holds in here, then we look for another little sell off. Indices sell off real quick, um, which we're already starting to see something like that favor anyway. VIX doesn't usually come down this low. It usually doesn't. It usually doesn't get into anything like that, but I use that, don't hold, and I start to look back down here at the pivot, and then I look back down here towards this. And this is just a 15-minute time frame. Since I'm more inclined to um, try to hash some things out from the lower time frame now with stock market. If I'm playing anything, if I'm taking any trades over there on BTCC or something like that, it's really more tied to like your S&P 500. But if you have stocks, your big market caps, the ones that actually have been fueling the S&P, I'm using it for that as well, and just the correlation between the volatility and that specific stock. But we've covered all of that. So um, I hope you enjoy your weekend. I really do. And something comes up, it'll come out. I will see you. I will see you then. I appreciate you for being here. Please be sure you hit the like button. I really appreciate it. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. But if you don't want to subscribe, I understand. I would still like you to hit the like button because, you know, I appreciate it. It's my time. I love doing what I do. I try my best to give you the best data that I can give you possible. I don't subscribe to being a regurgitator. I'm not a channel that you would come to and I say the same thing that everybody else is saying. I just don't do that. I do my own thing. I look at my own analysis. I base my information off of that based on what I can see, how I interpret things, how I'm feeling. So you are also picking up some of my feelings. I'm sorry for that part, but yeah, I'm, just, I'm the realist. I'm one of the realists. There's some other real people out there, but I'm one of the realists. You're not gonna hear me in here trying to get you to believe something that everybody else is saying. That's just not how I work. I'm gonna look at it and I'm gonna give it to you how I see it, and that's how it is. Give it to you how I see it. I know I want Bitcoin to hold here. I know I want it to. When I look at that 4 hour, my heart is saying, hey, well, I'm looking at something in the technicals that's just like, I don't know. But if it chops and holds in here, then maybe it'll get that push up. I think it put in a lower high if it does it. We already know where we were hitting the resistance at. We already know that this is just trying to hold on to the hope of Bitcoin being able to go a little bit higher is what this line right here is all about. And if it breaks it, then we're looking lower. But lower high nonetheless. It's all going to lead to the same thing, right? With that said, I love you. I appreciate you. And I'll see you on Monday.